We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes and another jam-packed show. We've got a lot of ground to cover, Gabby. 11 races in total. We're not going to get to all 11, but we'll have comments throughout the afternoon. But 5 graded stakes races today, 3 Grade 1s, 3 Breeders' Cup Challenge Series winning your ins. It's sunny, it's warm again, it's fast, it's firm, which we'll get to in a moment. Sorry for jumping the gun there, but it's going to be a great day at Keeneland Racecourse.
Great day, great racing, great crowd, I would anticipate as well. It's just going to be a fun day of racing. We've kind of grown accustomed to Fall Stars Weekend being an incredible afternoon, and looking forward to seeing some of these races a little bit later today and our stars showcased here at Keeneland.
And keep in mind, race number 6, the Grade 2 Woodford presented by FanDuel, does start an all-stakes pick 5. We have an all-stakes pick 4 starting in the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. That's race number 7. So there is a lot of pick 4 opportunities and pick 5 opportunities over the course of the afternoon. And there is also another pick 4 starting in race number 8. So there's a couple of pick 4 opportunities late in the card that you're going to want to take advantage of. Give us a follow on social media at X on Keeneland Racing. Same on Instagram at Keeneland, Facebook, X for FanDuel TV. Download the FanDuel TV Plus app if you want to catch race day coverage over on the FanDuel TV coverage on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And we've had a lot of folks come by asking for selections. We've got them for you. And the avenue in which you can get full card selections and commentary each and every race day from all of our experts, it's the Keeneland Race Day app, Gabby. Everybody has it. You're missing out if you don't have it.
Download it on your phone, your mobile device, and be able to see all the selections from all of our handicappers today.
Let's take a look back at opening day yesterday, and kind of a whirlwind day. There's so much happening. We start off with our look back at race number 6 in the Stars. The filly by Into Mischief out of that great race filly, Stellar Wind, just showing us once again she likes it on the turf course for Rusty Arnold. Yeah,
that was a close finish there as well. And then we take it to Nakatomi. He has finished second back-to-back years in the Phoenix. And then finally he got the opportunity to win yesterday afternoon for Wesley Ward. He's just he's a warrior. He shows up every time.
And this is where it all began. Back several years ago when he was a much smaller individual in the Keeneland Sale Grad Ring, I should say. Imagination, the lady, ultra impressive for Brendan Walsh, who had a huge day with 3 wins.
Yeah, 3 wins in the Flying Dismount by Frank Editore. Didn't really stick the landing, but that's okay. We'll take a look there at, she was actually hip 953 there. And then a little bit of drama in yesterday's Darley Alcibiades. We saw Percy's Bar cross the finish line first, but eventually finished second via disqualification. Obviously, Tommy Joe was placed first, and there's a winner celebrating.
And that gives her a second Grade 1 victory, remaining undefeated from a win perspective. Tommy Joe and that team looking to keep it rolling today in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, which we'll get to in just a moment. Let's, Joe, check in with our good friends at WKYT for the Saturday weather.
Well, it's going to be another nice day for Keeneland today as we take a look at our forecast. So we're going to see lots of sunshine throughout the day. Temperatures generally going to be sitting into the low 80s by the time we hit the afternoon. So, yeah, really nice day. And, one thing you're going to need is that those sunglasses and also the sunscreen. But enjoy it as it's going to be another warm October day across our region.
I've got the sunscreen and I brought the sunglasses today because yesterday I was squinting, so I'm maybe rocking the sunglasses later.
Yeah, definitely need some sunglasses today, but you won't hear me complaining.
Fast and firm conditions are track conditions presented by our partners at John Deere, so I think we're going to see these kinds of conditions throughout opening weekend here at Keeneland if you're handicapping later tonight for tomorrow's card. But let's get into our first Grade 1 that we're going to talk about, right? This is the headliner. This is the most on the line from a purse perspective, $1.25 million in the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. So much history in this race, so many great performances, and we expect to see the same here today. Scratch Donegal Momentum, that was announced here in the last hour or so, so that brings it down to a field of 11, and Diego Velasquez invading from Ireland for Aidan O'Brien, the morning line favorite at 7-2.
Yeah, he comes out of a Group 1 win last time out in France, and he actually beat the likes of Notable Speech in that race, who would come back to take the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile. So the form definitely stacks up. Over the course of the past 5 years, we've seen Aidan O'Brien send a handful of horses here to Keeneland, not necessarily crossing the finish line, but he has been able to win this particular race a couple of times in the past, even dating back to 2006 was the last time he won the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Well, the thing about this horse and his presence here, and he's my top selection, is that this is a huge weekend in racing, not just at Keeneland, but today's Champions Day at Ascot, and then it's Arc Day tomorrow. So there is a plethora of Group 1 options. But when you're staying back in Europe at this time of the year, you're catching rain, soft ground, things of that nature. You come here to the United States, you get the fast ground, and you've got to assume that that is why Diego Velazquez is here this afternoon. And his last race, we're going to take you back to the Prix Jacques Lemoyne at Deauville, and you'll pick him up right there in the white cap, Diego Velazquez, sitting handy off the pace with Christophe Soumillon. Now, keep in mind, Ryan Moore, he's sidelined currently. He's missed several big races over the recent weeks and months, if you will. So Soumillon filled in here. They get Frankie Dettori here this afternoon, and he's just going to wear them down in the latter stages and pull this one off. The Godolphin horse on the inside, that is Notable Speech, who dashes to the inside and almost gets to him. But as you mentioned, he shipped up to Toronto a couple of weeks ago, took the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, so the form is live. He's won it back-to-back races. Now, the concerning effort would be the Group 1 Queen Anne Stakes at Royal Ascot. Those were extremely quick conditions. He was actually a fairly big price for an Aidan O'Brien horse because Rosalian was getting a lot of attention in that race. Docklands, he's an Ascot specialist. Rosalian's probably considered the top miler in Europe for what it's worth, but I think that his presence here today, and I had a chance to see him back at the barn, he is a stunning individual, son of Frankel, who was purchased for close to $3 million. I'll give a look to Howard Wolowitz stretching out here today. He's done so much sprinting. They've got to take their shot in a Grade 1 going a mile. That goes so far for these horses, and what they can do with them moving forward as far as stud value at the end of their racing careers. So I think Howard Wolowitz may step up going the mile here this afternoon. And then to the outside, the number 8 horse, that is Program Trading. You can't leave Chad Brown out of the conversation. And this is a Klarovich runner who's made over $1.3 million as he seeks yet another Grade 1. He had back-to-back Grade 1s going back a couple of years.
I'm swinging for the fences today.
Swing away.
Epic Ride is where I go here for trainer John Ennis. We'll take a look at his last race. This is a race in which he won a Grade 3, the Mint Millions, last time out at Kentucky Downs. This was a really nice effort. He had a wide post position that day, post 11 of 13. He managed to be fast enough to make the lead, and then he just grinded it out. He managed to stay on the lead and win this race by 2 lengths. Not to mention, prior to that, had a huge effort 2 back during Kentucky Downs preview day at Ellis Park. And prior to that, 5 furlong sprinting on the turf. So my whole point is, I think, and by the way, this horse gave John Ennis his first graded stakes win last time out. So if he wins, it'll give him his first Grade 1 win. This horse has taken the connections on an Epic Ride. The ability to run third in the Bluegrass. He drew into the Kentucky Derby, and then all the way until now, fast forward until now, and his opportunity to maybe win his first Grade 1 as a trainer. I think that's incredible in its own right. And this horse is legitimate. He got a 100 buyer speed figure last time out, and maybe they've just figured out that he wants to go 2 turns on the turf.
We'll see.
Going for it.
Find out. Going for the big money there. He's going to be a big price with the connections in this race.
But I obviously agree with you. Diego Velazquez, he is going to be very tough to beat in this race. And I think his class, certainly you have to recognize that. And then Program Trading, he was really good. And then he was sidelined for, over a year. He came back. He lost to Donegal Momentum as the favorite. But you would think that that's going to build to bigger things. And I think the fact that he's here today speaks volumes of what Chad thinks of him.
Here's Tom Leach for more on the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
There have been some 3-year-olds that have won the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, but not many. Jonquil's going to try to add his name to the list for Juddmonte Farm. Their U.S. General Manager, Garrett O'Rourke, talked to us about that angle.
It's always tough, and especially tough when a 3-year-old coming over first time out, first time out in the U.S., and they hit the bend and they get confused and there's the lead changes. And, I think more seasoned horses are probably a little bit better built for be able to handle that kind of adversity. So that's the unknown. And, obviously if it doesn't work out, nothing ventured, nothing gained. But he does seem to have a lot of the characteristics that you need to come over and run the American tracks.
Epic Ride's a horse who's getting good at the right time, coming off a very impressive win last time out on the turf down at Kentucky Downs. He was ridden that day by Edgar Morales.
It feels great. The 8th pole, when he did that last little bit turn right there at the 8th pole at the Kentucky Downs track, he gave me another gear, and it was pretty awesome.
The next one is going to be an even bigger ask. How confident would you be wherever that is?
I'm pretty confident. I've been going over there and working him, and he's doing really good. Come out of the race great and full of energy.
Thank you, Tom. Covering some ground there, as you just mentioned, getting the quotes, the interviews with our connections today for the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Let's dive into the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, race number 9, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile on that Friday of October 31st at Del Mar. Scratch Ewing, the number 7 horse, so down to a field of 6. Ted Noffey drawn now furthest to the outside in post 6.
He is going to be the heavy favorite, similar to yesterday when Tommy Joe was the heavy favorite in the Darley Alcibiades for trainer Todd Pletcher and Spendthrift Farm. I do like the fact that Ted Noffey has been able to get 7/8 underneath the belt, and he dominated his foes in the Grade 1 hopeful. So obviously that is a good stepping stone to stretching out two turns today in his 3rd career start.
That's where I go. I go to Ted Noffey. New day for the connections, and not going to belabor that as far as looking back to yesterday, but it's a different scenario. It's a different horse with this son of Into Mischief, a Keeneland September sale graduate for $650,000. And we go back to his Spendthrift Farm Hopeful Stakes victory. The gray son of Into Mischief just levels off nicely and finishes this one off by 8.5 lengths. That's how far he wins, and he beats a Baffert horse who was the favorite, who ends up second. That's him in the Zidane silks in the white sleeves in butane, who was shipping in from Southern California, but he makes easy work of him. I mean, he's just getting going in the latter stages of this race. Now, how much is he going to have to work from the outside post? I think that some of these connections are going to maybe try to take it to him like Percy's Bar did yesterday. Again, not continuing to go back to that, but I think that Blackout Time, the one who's my second selection, could ride that inside post position and be dangerous with Christian Torres in the saddle for Kenny McPeek. He was a blowout winner at Ellis Park, being tested for class here today, going the 2 turns for the first time in his career. And then Big Dom for Tom Amoss. Tom Amoss has a big day ahead of him when it comes to these Grade 1 races for 2-year-olds. Big Dom here in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and then the Colt up in New York.
It's our time.
It's our time. Who might be the head of the class. I mean, there's still a lot to shake out here in a very short amount of time, hours really over the course of the day in both of these 2-year-old divisions. So I go 6, 1, and 2, sticking with Ted Noffey for Spendthrift Farm.
Yeah, I love the way in which Ted Noffey finished his race last time out, and I also love the feature that you did on Ned Toffee. I'm definitely going to get that wrong several times today, but it's a great storyline, and we wish him all the best. The 2 Big Dom, I like the pedigree to stretch out. We'll take a look at his debut and his only victory here, obviously, at Saratoga. This was on the 23rd of August, and I just thought this was a gritty effort. He posted an 84 Beyer speed figure with that victory in a field of 8, and he just gave a lot in the final stages of this race. He sees that horse down to his inside in the Ramsey Silks. He has his ears pinned back, and he does not give up. He is absolutely relentless in trying to pass him in the deep stages of this race. Now, not to mention his sire, Mackenzie. He is the sire of Baeza, who won the Pennsylvania Derby this year. Also Scottish Lassie, who won the Grade 1 CCA Oaks. So there is pedigree to stretch out to a distance of ground. And most of the siblings actually went long, too. So I kind of like that. And Tom Amoss, just trying to ride it, this year with his juveniles. He picked up some really nice horses as yearlings, some of them at the September sale here. And he's done a really good job with his 2-year-olds so far this season. So 2, 6, and then 1 Blackout Time. Kenny McPeek, he said this a long time ago, and there's actually an interview with Tom Leach somewhere on social media where he talks to Kenny McPeek and asks him about this horse, and he thinks that he's something very special. So keep that in mind. Brian Hernandez, who was aboard him the last 2 starts too, also thought really highly of this horse. So he might be able to give a little bit more today.
Let's roll back to race number 8, the Grade 1 First Lady, $800,000 on the line. And a reminder, this does start that late pick 4, if you will, with the All-Stakes pick 4 starting in race number 7. So 2 pick 4 opportunities late in the card. The 6 is a scratch. Great Generation is scratch, Special 1, and the 15 and 16 scratch. Deep Satin does draw in. If you miss any of these scratches, Kurt Becker's going to have them for you later on past the top of the hour. But nonetheless, another class group of individuals that were lining up here on the turf going a mile, and international participation, all the things that we would expect, as I mentioned earlier in the show. I'm going to take my price shot in this Grade 1. I go to Ozara for Cheyenne Stables, a daughter of Lope de Vega. If you're not familiar with that stallion, how many times over the last couple of seasons, especially at this time of the year, Breeders' Cup time, seeing these sons and daughters of Lope de Vega come over here. Folks are going overseas and acquiring them to bring them this way, and she showed a lot of grit there. She took a couple of hip checks, if you will, from the filly just to her outside to get out into the clear under Dylan Davis, and once she does, she's going to kick on nicely. So she has been very handy in both of her recent starts, and she can sit off of any kind of a pace, in my opinion. And in races like this, at a mile, Grade 1s, you anticipate the pace to be quick, right? But I think regardless of what comes her way, she's going to be able to adapt to that with Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. So she's at, I believe, 10-1 on the morning line. I'll take Ozara on top. The second choice, the number 5 horse, Dynamic Pricing for Chad Brown. Grade 1 winner going back to July in the Just a Game. Just won a smaller stakes race in August at Saratoga. And looking to give Chad yet another Grade 1 in the First Lady. And then the number 2 horse, Rakia for Shadwell Stables. A daughter of Blue Point for Todd Pletcher, who is looking for her first win with Todd Pletcher. I think that she can take advantage of the position that she has down in the inside under Johnny Velasquez. I wouldn't sleep on her. I know Shadwell has liked her quite a bit. I was tipped on her last Breeders' Cup in the Goldacova, and it was one of those deals where it was early in the card. I forgot to bet. And she was like 5-1. But nonetheless, she is a good filly for Shadwell Stable. That is Rakia.
I went to Dynamic Pricing. I just think her turn of foot at the distance of a mile is really impressive. And to your point about the pace, yes, in these types of races, I do think you kind of see quick paces, but I also see horses who like that front running style in here too. So I think that will add to the quickness of the early pace. I don't think she's going to have any bit of an issue with that early pace in here. And obviously this is a look at her last race in the Perfect Sting Stakes, where she made up a ton of ground to get up and get the victory. Even when going back to Saratoga, I know it was completely different turf conditions when it was yielding that day, but the fact that she had such an impressive turn of foot to come up and win that Grade 1 Just a Game in the beginning of the meet there, or back in June at Saratoga, she's just really good at a mile. The pace scenario, I think, is favorable for her, so I do go to her on top. The number 1 choice, I know she came back here in the spring. She got the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. We haven't seen her since kind of the middle of the summer at Saratoga, where she was on the lead, but I do like the cut back in distance for her. I also don't know that she loved the course conditions that day 2 back in the Just a Game, in the Just a Game. So I think maybe a nice little pocket trip from the rail will be a perfect scenario for her. And then I agree with you, the 10 Ozara. I think she's tactical, she's dynamic. You can really put her anywhere in the race and she can be successful. And not to mention, I think it goes without saying, what a year Miguel Clement has had. It's been incredible. And he picked up 2 more graded stakes wins yesterday in New York, 2 more Breeders' Cup win in urine races. And I think that certainly will give him momentum for today as well.
Let's go to race number 7, the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2 event for the female sprinters, and the purse $400,000. No scratches, full field of 7 in this race. And Vava, 7-5 on the morning line. She'll be the favorite in here. The crazy thing to me about this mare is, and I don't really think it's that big of a deal in this race, is that she's only run 1 time going 6 furlongs. Everything else, for the most part, has been going 7/8 of a mile, and it's worked. I mean, they have found Grade 1s for her to pick up Grade 1s going 7/8 of a mile, including the Derby City Distaff last year, and she was beaten just a half a length to Alva Star in the Grade 1 Madison going back to last year. But we go back to her run in the Grade 2 Chicago, and she wins this race by 3/4 of a length. The split for 3/4 of a mile, and I know it's a different racetrack, Churchill versus Keeneland Racecourse. The split for 3/4, 108 and 2. If she can run sub 109, that to me is going to be good enough to win this race at 6 furlongs. And she's done well here at Keeneland in the past, 3 for 3 in the money with that just one victory, which came in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run a couple of years ago when she was a 3-year-old filly. So Vava on top in today's TCA. Taxed is a mare that you have to respect. She shows up every single time for Randy Morris. Doesn't matter if it's long, if it's short. She could be the sort of Nakatomi trip horse, just lay back, see what happens, and come swooping on the outside because she lays it down all the time. And I know that her last victory came in an allowance race, but this is a filly a couple years ago at 3 was capable of winning the Black-Eyed Susan. You've got to respect her consistency for Randy Morris. That's my second choice.
All right, I went to Vava on top as well. Now, I do hear you with the cutback to 7/8. I do think she's a better 7/8 horse, but I still think her class will prevail with the cutback in distance to 6 furlongs. In her last race in the Pink Ribbon at Charlestown, she was up against it because the winner, Mystic Lake, went wire to wire, uncontested on the lead. I think she gets better race dynamics today. Do you want to talk about Zeitlos really quickly? Because Zeitlos has been able to get at least a little bit closer to Vava in the afternoon. She too ran in the Grade 2 Chicago at Churchill Downs, but obviously this is a look at her effort in the TCA here at Keeneland last year. So she's been able to win this race. This was a race that featured a fast pace, Scott, and she closed to win impressively by over 2 lengths that day. I would be surprised if they went to as fast as they did in the 2024 rendition of this race, but she's good, and I always like kind of the turf to dirt angle, especially with this mare, because it's worked in the past. Obviously, Steve Asmussen has done this. He ran her in the Caress and then came back on the Open Mind and won that stakes race, so there are some positive angles there.
Let's go to race number 6, Grade 2 Woodford, presented by FanDuel, and this for the Turf Sprint Division, 5.5 furlongs. We saw world record. They opted for the Phoenix Stakes yesterday, so he's a scratch. Doncho, the world record holder at 5.5 furlongs, morning line favorite at 3-1. He established that world record in 59-3 at Ellis back on the 8th of August, and he followed up with another win in the Haas Stakes at Colonial. I think you respect him, but I'm going to Joe Shiesty. Something has to go right.
Joe Shiesty.
Something has to go right for the Bengals fans this year, right?
It's true.
Something has to go right. Nothing went right.
Maybe today is the day.
Nothing went right for Joe Shiesty last time out. We take you back to the start at Ellis Park. He just breaks slow, takes contact. That's it. Race
Done.
over. Game is over for him. This is not his game. This is not his style. His fastball is breaking out on front and turning him loose. And Luan Machado, he took him back. He didn't rush him. Saw if it worked out. He actually didn't run all that bad, considering how we normally see him win races. He's going to be beaten only 3/4 of a length. He ends up finishing 8th to a horse named Bear River, who's kept really good form. But if Joe Shiesty breaks today, good luck catching him. 5.5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs is his game. Give me Joe Shiesty on top.
Is he not going to get pace pressure from Doncho?
I don't care.
You
Turn them
don't.
both
The
loose.
world record holder at 5.5 furlongs.
Game on. Maybe he sets a new world record. Joe Shiesty sets a new world record today.
Okay, we shall see about that. But
you got to be fast to win a turf sprint.
I love Joe Shiesty. Yeah, I think Joe Shiesty and Doncho are very fast.
They are.
And I think they're almost too fast that they might cancel each other out on the front end. So the way I think both are equally talented. They're very nice horses. And I'm as big of a fan as Joe Shiesty as you are. But Governor Sam, I think, gets a really ideal setup today because he's not slow, that he's pace dependent, and he could probably sit just off of it. If you go back to even, this is a look at his run up in Saratoga, the Quick Call, a race in which he won by over 3 lengths. But even his race 2 back in the Mahoney, the Grade 3 event at Saratoga, he kind of sat off of a fast pace, made an early move, and then lost in that race. But I think if there's a very patient trip sitting behind the speed of Joe Shiesty and Doncho, and maybe if that pace is just wickedly fast, that pace could fall into his lap. That's kind of how I assess the situation there. The 8, Cottam, is another one that could maybe benefit from a fast pace, although he's going to have to kind of get the wheels turning a little bit sooner as well.
That is a look at our stakes races for today. We could have spent another 30 minutes talking about them, but we've got to move on to the Clocker report for this afternoon. Starting in race number 2, Gallivant on the 25th of September, working a bullet in 47-3, galloped out 5 furlongs in 1:03 for trainer Ben Colebrook, homebred son of Into Mischief, out of a Grade 2 stakes winner.
So he is out of Fancy Dress Party, who
Yes.
Ben also trained, and Ellen J. Foxwoods also campaigned. So a little bit of alignment when it comes to the pedigree. Looking forward to that 2-year-old colt, well-bred son of Into Mischief, debuting today.
And then McVeigh. Is there any chance you get 15-1 on McVeigh?
Probably
as the morning
not.
line suggests. I've heard a lot of folks talk about this colt.
Yeah.
For for CRK Stable. It's got to be named after Sean McVeigh, the head coach of the Rams with CRK Stable and the Searing family, being from Southern California. He drove 5 furlongs in 1:01, getting the final 1/8 of a mile in 11-4 for Cherie DeVoe.
And I should mention, I talked to Cherie back at the barn, I think it was last week, and she kind of went out of her way to bring him up. So that's always a good sign when trainers kind of top of mind think of horses and how they're training in the morning. So looking forward to him returning. Now, it is probably the start of something because he hasn't been seen for many months.
Maybe the price will be all right because we got Bengals fans here, and Bengals fans don't like the Rams because they beat them in the Super Bowl a couple years ago. Maybe the price is all right.
I think it's a stretch, but okay.
It was a bit of a stretch. How much are we stretching here in our all-stakes pick 5? We're just singling Vava to start in the TCA. I think that's the right play, and then we've got some good coverage moving on into the final 3 legs.
Yeah, this is tough. I think the Grade 1 First Lady is a very tough race. We use the 1, 2, 5, and 10. Obviously, I like the 5 dynamic pricing in there. You like the 10 Ozara. As we get to race number 9, using both of our top selections in there, Ted Noffey and Big Dom. If Ted Noffey loses, this thing might pay something. And then obviously coverage in the 10th.
$16 investment, all-stakes pick 4. You've got the all-stakes pick 5, which starts in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, 1 race prior. And don't forget, there's also another pick 4 starting in race number 8. Here's Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
Long shot play on the Saturday card comes in race 4. It's number 2, Atlaw. Third start off a layoff for this Bilmont trainee. And the last start, the second off the layoff, showed big-time improvement. It's Mott. It's Judmont Farms. It's Frankie Dettori. If we can get anywhere close to 12-1 on that angle, we'll take it.
All right, Tom, thank you so much. I don't know if you noticed this, but I'm feeling good.
Yeah,
I got some sleep.
And we matched today.
I'm ready to rock and roll.
It's going to be a great day. Good luck.
Enjoy today at Keeneland.
We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years. That's why we come to work every day, obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electrified vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Godite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the forego.
Complete package.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, high stakes, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this fall. Love, Keeneland.
Keeneland welcomes Emily Wilder to the paddock. Emily is a soprano, originally from Atlanta, Georgia. She is currently finishing her master's degree in classic voice at the University of Kentucky. Today, Emily will sing our state song and the national anthem. She is joined by the Lexington Police to present the colors. First up, My Old Kentucky Home.
The sun shines bright in the old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the people are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. The young folks roll on the little cabin floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by, hard times comes a knocking at the door. Then my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for the old Kentucky home, then my old Kentucky home far away.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Pat Allen with admissions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Pat. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. Time for a check of the John Deere track and turf conditions. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. The rail at 0 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race is where the early pick 5 gets underway. No changes in that first race. Race 2, start of the early pick 4. In the second race, scratch the 4, 2 Jack. Scratch number 4, 2 Jack. Please note number 13, Modern Ace, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, Modern Ace is a gelding. 13, Modern Ace draws in, but contrary to the program, is a gelding. Third race has no changes. Fourth race, scratch the 7, Anagata, and also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 7, Anagata. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Race 5 starts the pick 6, no carryover. In that fifth race, jockey change on the 8 Deer District, Christian Torres. That's race 5, number 8 Deer District, the jockey Christian Torres. Sixth race, the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, starts the All-Stakes Pick 5, also starts the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. In that sixth race, scratch the 2 world record. That's in the sixth race, scratch the 2 world record. Seventh race, starts the All-Stakes Pick 4, race 7, the Thoroughbred Club of America, no changes in that seventh event. Race 8 starts the late pick 4. Eighth race, the Grade 1 First Lady. Scratch number 6, Simmering. Also scratch the 11, Great Generation. Also scratch number 13, Special One. Scratch 15, Aussie Girl. And scratch 16, Cravaldoro. That's in the eighth race. Scratch the 6, Simmering. Scratch 11, Great Generation. Scratch 13, Special One. Scratch 15, Aussie Girl. And scratch 16, Cravaldoro. Please note number 14 draws into the race. 14, Deep Satin, draws into the race. Ninth race, Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Scratch the 7, Ewing. That's the ninth race. Scratch the 7, Ewing. 10th race, the Coolmore Turf Mile. Scratch number 1, Donegal Momentum. That's the 10th race. Scratch number 1, Donegal Momentum. 11th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 10, Redemption Hour. And scratch 13, Timberline. That's the 11th and final race. Scratch the 10, Redemption Hour, and scratch 13, Timberline. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, as it is a massive Saturday here at Keeneland for Fall Stars Weekend. Gabby, 5 stakes races, all graded, 3 Grade 1s, 3 Breeders' Cup win-in-your-ins. What more do you need? We've got great weather, great fields, great wagering opportunities on the first Saturday of this fall meet at Keeneland.
It truly doesn't get better than this. We saw some incredible performances yesterday, and those performances will continue on to today. We have a lot to go over, Scott.
The Woodford, presented by FanDuel for the Turf Sprinters, that's race number 6. The Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2 for the female sprinters, that goes as race number 7. And then we get into 3 consecutive Grade 1 events, starting with the Grade 1 First Lady, 28th running, big field, international participation, the players that you expect in a Grade 1 here at Keeneland on the turf.
It is so tough. I think there's so many different ways to go. I truly think that this is probably one of the toughest races on today's card. You get the return of Choicia, who obviously was the winner of the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley here at Keeneland. I thought she had a big shot. I ultimately landed on the 5 dynamic pricing, but you could probably sell me on at least 5 horses in this race.
I like the Zara for what it's worth, the number 10, coming in from New York for Cheyenne Stables and Miguel Clement. That's race number 8. Race number 9, the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, the 112th running. Scratch the number 7 horse, Ewing. We found that out overnight. And much like yesterday, we're going to have a heavy favorite like we did in the Philly version of this race. It's going to be Ted Naufy for the same connections of Spendthrift Farm, Todd Pletcher, and Johnny Velasquez.
But as we saw with yesterday's effort, things can change when these 2-year-olds stretch out to 2 turns. We thought that Tommy Joe was going to be a standout sensation yesterday, and she really had to work for it. Obviously, she finished second and then finished first via disqualification. Ted Naufy is his own horse. It's a separate individual entirely, but there's always that question is, are they going to regress or are they going to improve stretching out to 2 turns? I do think he's the horse to beat, but I'm going to take my chances with the number 2, Big Dom, who is sent out by Tom Amos, who has had a phenomenal year with his juveniles.
I'm rolling with Ted Naufy. I ain't getting off the train, the Spendthrift train in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. And then race number 10, the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, $1.25 million on the line. You've got French invaders, Irish invaders, local horses. Again, everything that you come to expect in these Grade 1s, any meet here at Keeneland on the turf course.
So Aiden O'Brien obviously sends out Diego Velasquez, who is likely the horse to beat in there with some of his Group 1 form from overseas. The last time Aiden O'Brien actually won this race was back in 2006, but he has won this race a couple of times. I took a shot with a local horse, an Epic Ride, and he has done just that for his trainer and John Ennis. He took him to the Kentucky Derby. He gave him his first graded stakes win last time out, so that would truly be a great story.
Big day ahead. Enjoy it. All stakes pick 4, all stakes pick 5. A lot of wagering opportunities today here at Keeneland on a stakes-filled Saturday. And we're about to get this Saturday card underway. It's less than 16 minutes away from the opener and start on the Beard course at the about 7 furlong distance for Maiden Special Weight Company. Fillies and Mares 3 and up, $110,000 Maiden Special Weight event does start the early pick 5 and 2 horses vying for favoritism. Right now, the 4 Get Back Loretta is the favorite at 7-5. Slight favorite over the 1 horse Quick to Charm, and this is a Bolt Doro filly for Spendthrift Farm, a homebred for Spendthrift Farm out of a My Pal Charlie mare who was stakes placed. She's had good success as a brood mare. In fact, she's produced 3 winners to date, and this is a filly that on debut finished 5th, beaten 7 1/4 as a big price, but her workouts have caught the attention of myself and a lot of folks because her recent works over at Churchill Downs, she's really picked things up, especially in her last 3 workouts. Fired a bullet in 59 flat on the 20th of September. You get Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle here this afternoon, and she moves over to the dirt as well. She was debuted at Saratoga on the turf, got that race under her belt. I think big things expected clearly here today as she gets that first dirt try for Spendthrift Farm. Now, the 1 horse Quick to Charm for Mark Cassie and owner breeder Tracy Farmer is a filly who has a lot more experience than that of the number 4 horse. She's coming into this race with 5 races so far in her career. She was unveiled as a 2-year-old in the fall of last year and ran a couple of solid races, but she's gotten better as a 3-year-old filly this year, as you would expect. She's run a couple of seconds, recently finished 3rd. We'll see how she does with this inside post position, but she's got some speed to her. She's got the ability, I think, to overcome this inside post position with Irad taking the call once again this afternoon. So watch out for Quick to Charm. If she breaks well from post 1, she's definitely a threat and clearly getting plenty of attention at 8-5. And then the number 6 horse, Mary Madison for Rigney Racing and trainer Philip Bauer. Her best race came sprinting on dirt at 6 furlongs at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now, how's that going to work out here at Keeneland? To be determined. But she left Horseshoe Indianapolis, went up to Kentucky Downs, or down to Kentucky Downs, I should say, and finished a solid 4th, tracking from off the pace and making up some position in the course of that 7 furlong run. So expect this filly to be from off the pace here today. And if moving back to dirt is a product or produces a better product here today, like we saw from her at Horseshoe Indianapolis, granted against better competition this afternoon. She's one, if she gets the setup, can take advantage of it going 7 furlongs. She's currently sitting at odds of 9-2 on the board. 14 minutes away from race number 1 to get things rolling on this 11 race card with 5 stakes races ahead on this Fall Star Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Okay, thank you. Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, and the Thoroughbred Club of America are pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Claiborne, Coolmore, FanDuel, or the Thoroughbred Club of America will judge the horses in the paddock prior to their respective races and present the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out horse with a $500 cash award.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maiden special weight, fillies and mares age 3 and up. Beard course, about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. This will start the first of the day's early doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5. Fast track, firm turf today. No changes in the first race. Post time at 7 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the first race is Lisandro Gomez, the groom for number 4, Get Back Loretta. Congratulations.
Five minutes away from the opener, taking a look at a couple of horses out here warming up as they came out for the post parade and then moving on to their warm-up with the ponies. Sang, the number 3 horse. She's a big number at 21-1. Not a bad-looking filly, daughter of Klimt out of the Greg Begley barn. She's got some form going back to this time last year when she was a 3-year-old filly. At Churchill Downs, ran a good third, good second here at Keeneland almost a year ago at the end of the October fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Since then, a couple of tries on synthetic turf. Last time out, cut a wet, fast surface. So if a fast track is what she needs on dirt here at Keeneland at 21-1, she's got a couple of races to fall back on, and she is well turned out on top of it. The number 7 horse is another one who looks good out here. Somerville, she's a tough read. It's been a year plus since we've seen this Street Sense filly run for Kenny McPeak and these connections. She's making her 3-year-old debut. Flavian Pratt does take the call, putting together a nice warm-up out here. Lasix for the first time. Again, a really difficult read, but if she's better than what she has been in her previous 2 starts, which there is a lot of room for improvement for this filly, she does look nice at the very least out there on the course and continues to do so in her warm-up. So good luck in this opening event, the first of 11. And again, race number 1 starts the early pick 5, less than 4 minutes away from post time.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Justify, start of the early pick 5. Moving into line, first race. Get Back Loretta moves into line. Here's Crawford coming forward. 2 left to load. Mary Madison. Somerville, the last one. Walks up. Goes in. They're at the post. And they're off. There goes Sang out for the lead. Get Back Loretta has early speed as well. Quick to Charm is there to the inside. Mary Madison up close in the opening strides toward the far outside. It is Sang, Get Back Loretta, Mary Madison to join them. Quick to Charm, and then Queen's Legacy, who's a lane off the rail, moves up in 5th, 2 lengths off the lead. Crawford moves up 1 spot from last, and that means Somerville now will drop out to trail as they head up the back stretch. Sang, the leader. Sang gets over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length. Get Back Loretta second by a length to Mary Madison third, and neck just to the outside of Quick to Charm, Queen's Legacy. Crawford to the far outside, break of 6 more lengths back to Somerville. 22.92 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Sang and Get Back Loretta, they go 1-2, separated by a half length over to the far turn. Mary Madison, and then comes Quick to Charm. Crawford moves up into 5th position. Crawford has to angle out toward the center of the track to try to pick up the leaders. Still 3 lengths from the front. Sang, Get Back Loretta. Crawford far outside. Quick to Charm is in behind horses. Looks for running room. Mary Madison has lost some ground in 5th. Quarter mile to go. Get Back Loretta has the lead. Crawford moves up on the outside of that one. Get Back Loretta, Crawford, Quick to Charm, shifting lanes down toward the inside. Now looks for room between horses. 1/8 of a mile to go. Get Back Loretta, and then comes Crawford. Quick to Charm is still third. 16th to go. Crawford comes after Get Back Loretta. Quick to Charm is still third. Past the 16th pole. Get Back Loretta still has the lead. Crawford, Quick to Charm coming late between horses. At the wire, Get Back Loretta wins it by a neck over Quick to Charm, who was home second, and Crawford was third.
A hard-fought victory for Get Back Loretta as Spendthrift Farm gets on the scoreboard early in the Saturday card. She had to dig down and find a little bit more because the fillies coming to her outside, putting pressure on her, drifts out just a touch there, but able to keep a straight enough course and keep going fast enough to hold off the competition that were coming to her. Second time out for Get Back Loretta, first time on dirt, and today she belongs in the winner's circle.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 4, Get Back Loretta, first; number 1, Quick to Charm, second; number 5, Crawford, third; number 6, Mary Madison, fourth. 4156 unofficial. Objection sign posted. Hold all tickets. More in a moment. Objection sign posted concerning the top 2 in this unofficial result. Hold all tickets. Objection pending concerning the unofficial winner. Again, 4156, the unofficial result. Hold all tickets. On the television monitors, the stretch run of the first race. Program view to the left, head-on view to the right. Hold all tickets. Objection pending. No change in the result. Four, 1, 5, 6. That result stands for the first race. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the Justify, number 4, Get Back Loretta, owned by the Spendthrift Farm LLC, of Eric Gustafson, trained by Al Stahl Jr. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Get Back Loretta, 3-year-old filly by Bolt Doro out of Harbor Island by My Pal Charlie, bred in Kentucky by Spendthrift Farm LLC. Beard course about 7 furlongs, 1 minute 28.64 seconds. First race results official, 4-1-5-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, Blaze Benjamin presents the trophy for the Justify on behalf of Coolmore to the connections of Get Back Loretta. Keeneland's second race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today. In race 2, scratch the 4, 2 Jack. Scratch the 4, 2 Jack. 13 draws into the race, Modern Ace, but contrary to the program is a gelding. 13, Modern Ace draws in, contrary to the program is a gelding.
Race number 2, 16 minutes to post, is this group of 2-year-old maidens, maiden special weight event, waiting their turn to get saddled for the start of the early pick 4. They'll be sprinting 6 furlongs in a wide open group, a tough group to sort through, some big pedigrees, big time connections, making it a difficult handicapping challenge that we expect and accept here at Keeneland Racecourse. Commandment, the number 2 horse, just clicked down to 2-1 to move himself even a little bit more in front of the number 12 horse, the Spendthrift runner. But Commandment has an inside post position going 6 furlongs, 1 off the rail from post position number 2. And this is a colt by Into Mischief out of a stakes-winning mare in Sippican Harbor, who was purchased, this colt, for $500,000 by Wathman Racing, an international powerhouse when it comes to thoroughbred racing all over the world. When it comes to United States racing in Europe, we have seen them come big time in the last few years when they were first introduced to us just a few years back during a Royal Ascot meeting in earnest. So they have really spent a significant amount of money when it comes to investing in the sports, and we've seen them do so here at the Keeneland September sales, and this one bought as a yearling for that $500,000 price. Steady work, steady 5/8 drills out of the gate, not out of the gates, and even some quicker workouts prior to those most recent 5/8 works. So the 4 furlong works certainly look like they should work for this 6 furlong distance. So I'll go to Commandment and the powerhouse operation of Wathman Racing with Irad taking the call here today. And it doesn't hurt to have Brad Cox, one of the perennial leading trainers in North America, on your side as well, the conditioner of the number 2 horse. Let's go to the number 6 next. That's In Ordinary for trainer Jack Sisterson. Now, this horse currently sitting at an 11-1 price. He comes in with experience. He was run earlier this year at Gulfstream Park, a couple of solid runs on those 2 occasions, most recently stretched out to 6.5 furlongs at Churchill Downs, and then just kind of flattened out a little bit. I think the slight cut back in distance, the half a furlong less today, will really benefit this son of Lexitonian, that Grade 1 winner. And I expect this horse to run a big race, all things considered, even with these high-profile first-time starters. At this point in time, making a 6 start as a 2-year-old, to me, is not ordinary, but we have seen more of that, it seems, in the last couple of years, and it can be effective. And you can see why they keep going back to the well with this colt, because he is sitting on big races after running big races. So, again, the cutback in distance is the big plus for this good-looking chestnut son of the Grade 1 winner, Lexitonian. And then let's go to the 11 horse to the outside. That is Astound. This is a Godolphin homebred. Owen Hardy, the conditioner of this son of Street Boss, 17-1 on the board. His workouts have been steady and solid too up at Turfway Park, the 11. So we'll see how he fares in this scenario, trying the dirt. There's a good look at the Godolphin runner, the 11 horse Astound. If it translates to the dirt here today off of those works at Turfway, he'll be just fine. And he's got a dirt pedigree by Street Boss out of a Street Cat first dam, and gets the Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez in the saddle here today. So you've got a couple of short prices on certainly horses that make sense, and a couple of much bigger prices on horses that make sense as well. This is a good wagering opportunity, even if you go in the direction of the favorite, with it sitting around 2-1 at this stage of the wagering. 13 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4 here at Keeneland. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Bright Future. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, 2 Jack. A reminder, 13 Modern Ace draws into the race, but contrary to the program is a gelding. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. Fast track firm turf today. Post time is 6 minutes. "13 Modern Ace has unseated the rider during the post-parade. Update in a moment.
The winner of Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for second race is Salvador Martinez, the groom for number 3, Midnight Rocket.
Coming up next in race 2, here with trainer Ben Colbert to talk about his runner. Gallowman has a very interesting pedigree, and I know you're familiar with the pedigree. How can you kind of tell us about the excitement of kind of debuting this horse, having experience with the mare?
It's very exciting, you know, being that she was a graded stakes winner for us here at Keeneland. I think it was L&J's first graded stakes at Keeneland. So, no, it was and she actually beat the dam of Tommy Joe. So it's all full circle.
What are the expectations with this first-time starter today?
He's been training really well. I'm excited. You know, he's acted like he's one of the nicer 2-year-olds in the barn. So, you know, we're looking forward to running him. He's been breezing well. He's not real quick out of the gate, but I think he gets in position quickly after that. He's just not real super sharp at the first jump. But
I'm sure mixed emotions yesterday. Can you give us a little bit of an update on Percy's Bar and whether or not you're going to head to the Breeders' Cup?
She came out of the race great, and the plan is to go to the Breeders' Cup as of now.
All right, good luck. Thank you for the time.
Appreciate it.
Number 13, Modern Ace, examined by the veterinarian and approved to continue on with the post-parade to the gate. Jockey back aboard, number 13, ready to go. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Scuffle comes forward. Au Naturel goes in. In Ordinary. Here's Gallivant walking up. Astound. Local Knowledge moves into line. Modern Ace will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off. There goes Modern Ace. Right out for the early lead from the outside. Rocky's Balboa has speed, though, and Gallivant up close. Gallivant, Rocky's Balboa. Those two come to the front. Scuffle joins them to the far outside from third. In Ordinary, close up, down toward the inside in fourth. Astound will move up from between horses in fifth. Modern Ace broke well, but is now losing ground to the far outside in sixth. Project is seventh. Local Knowledge about 5 wide to the far turn from eighth. And Midnight Rocket is in the ninth position and is joined there as they move on to the turn by Au Naturel. Then further back, Commandment against the rail. Mesquite next to last, and Modern Ace is now the trailer. Gallivant is the leader around the far turn. Gallivant leads at a length and a half to Rocky's Balboa, second and a half length. Local Knowledge goes to the outside in Ordinary, tries to move up to the inside and finds an opening to the inside as they move off the far turn, but still has to catch Gallivant. Rocky's Balboa to the outside. Local Knowledge needs to find more, still fourth on the far outside. Moving into the final furlong, here comes Local Knowledge after Gallivant, and then Rocky's Balboa between that pair. Local Knowledge keeps coming after the leader, now has the lead past the 16th pole. Rocky's Balboa to second. Local Knowledge to win it for Dylan Davis. Rocky's Balboa was home second, and then it was Gallivant third.
Spendthrift Farm sweeping the early daily double here today at Keeneland Racecourse, this time with a colt by their stallion Yopon, the leading freshman sire, the sire of Local Knowledge, who puts it all together late to score nicely in a final time of 1:10-1. Todd Pletcher this time getting the victory in race number 2, 5-2 the off odds on this son of Yopon, Local Knowledge.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 12, Local Knowledge first. Number 9, Rocky's Balboa second. The 7, Gallivant third. Number 2, Commandment fourth. 12-9-7-2, unofficial. And the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Bright Future, the official winner, number 12, Local Knowledge. Back-to-back wins for owner Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson. The trainer is Todd Pletcher and the jockey Dylan Davis. Local Knowledge, a 2-year-old son of Yopon, out of Chestnut Street by Scat Daddy, bred in Kentucky by Stone Riggs Farm. Keeneland September graduate gets the 6 furlongs in 1 minute 10.23 seconds. Results are official, 12-9-7-2. The official results. In the winner's circle, Bradley and Sarah Purcell, representing Claiborne Farm, present the trophy for the bright future to the connections of local knowledge. Keeneland's third race upcoming, no changes in race 3.
On to race number 3 on this Saturday card here at Keeneland Racecourse. This is a 6 furlong sprint for 2-year-olds, non-winners of 2 lifetime in this allowance condition. And two horses, in fact, the outside three getting a majority of the attention. These 5, 6, and 7, led by outfielder for Ammo Racing, 2-8 Racing, and trainer Wesley Ward, a colt by Speightstown, who was billed as one of the best 2-year-olds that Wesley has in 2025. He was an impressive winner on debut at Churchill Downs, ran one of the fastest times I think that you'd ever seen a 2-year-old run 5 furlongs on the turf course in his debut back in May, 55-4 the final time. He was a horse that was being targeted towards a run at Royal Ascot, but got sidelined a little bit there. Just Wesley didn't feel like it was necessary to take the trip over there and gave him some time. Instead, it was refocused on a Group 1 at Deauville in the Prix-Morny, that Group 1 race where he ended up finishing 4th in a 6-furlong race in France behind some very good 2-year-olds. Venetian Sun, Gestad, who won at Royal Ascot, and then Wise Approach, the horse that was just in front of him, 3rd in that Group 1, would come out of that race in France and win the Group 1 Middle Park Stakes on the 27th of September at Newmarket. So he comes out of a very difficult race. The question is moving over to the dirt. I don't think Wesley would have him in here if he hadn't been working well on the dirt course, which he's been doing in his last 4 morning workouts, in 3 rather, in fact, including a 101-1 move on the 25th of September. He's got dirt breeding. He's by Speightstown out of a Medaglia d'Oro first dam. So let's see how outfielder goes on the dirt here today. He's at even money on the tote board as it stands. They do take the blinkers off here this afternoon as well, so changing things up is trainer Wesley Ward from an equipment standpoint, not just the surface switch for this impressive son of Speightstown. Oscar's Hope is getting plenty of attention, though, as well. That is a son of Twirling Candy for trainer Tom Amos, who has some very good 2-year-olds competing nationwide here today. He's going to have the favorite for the Grade 1 Champagne at Belmont Park. He's got Big Dom running later today in the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and he's got this 2-year-old colt who's taking that methodical step as far as versus going into stakes company into allowance company. 2 good races. Last time out, broke his maiden in his second start, about a month removed from his debut. That was back during the Saratoga meet, and ran some quick times in both of them. 1:10-3 the final time for the 3/4 for this colt by Twirling Candy. So he has that proven dirt form, and that, I would imagine, is very appealing to the handicappers out there. 9-5 on the board for this Keeneland September sale graduate. And then finally, my third selection is the number 5 horse. That is Papa Ken. Here's another son of Yopon. We just had a Yopon first out winner in race number 2. This is a colt that was a winner on debut at Churchill Downs and stakes tested in his next start, finished 3rd in the juvenile stakes at Ellis Park, and then 3rd in a similar allowance race most recently at Churchill Downs from post position number 6. So certainly has some ability. We'll see how he does. He didn't have the cleanest start, took some contact leaving the starting gate over at Churchill for that 3rd career start, so we'll see how he fares here this afternoon. He's currently sitting at 7-2. Tyler Gaffleone riding this son of Yopon as he seeks his 2nd lifetime score. So a good race, some very talented young horses with big potential moving forward out of race number 3. We're 15, now 14 minutes away from post time here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Practical Joke, an allowance for 2-year-olds at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 3. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here, 5 minutes to post.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the third race is Luis Ramirez, the groom for number 5, Papa Ken. Congratulations.
Four minutes away from this third race, and just pushing the past performances aside and taking a look at these horses from a physical standpoint as they warm up and come out for the post parade. The two sometime has got some size to him. He's a good-looking son of Take Charge Indy. His form a little dirtied up in his last couple of races, having been beaten 30 lengths in the Iroquois. And his last race, 2 starts, I should say, ago in the Jamestown on turf was not bad. He was third stakes placed against State Bred Company down at Colonial, but he was good enough to win on debut on dirt. Just like the looks of this horse. He's a huge number. He's definitely... There's a lot of question marks surrounding him, and that's why you're getting the big price. But from a physical standpoint, good-looking son of Take Charge Indy for Calumet Farm. This is a Maryland-bred 2-year-old colt purchased out of the Keeneland November sale back in 2023. And also from a physical standpoint, outfielder couldn't look any better. He is an impressive son of Speightstown. Just want to get a look at him on camera once again. Even money on the board, not a bad price, who has been touted so often in the months that we've seen him campaigned by Wesley Ward. He looks the part, and we'll see how he handles the dirt here this afternoon. 3 minutes to get those plays in for race number 3 at Keeneland.
Horses are approaching the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Practical Joke. Moving into line, third race. Moving into line now, Imagine John, joined by Oscar's Hope. Outfielder will be the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes swung. There goes outfielder from the far outside. Oscar's Hope is up close as well, and Mr. Sensei is right there down to the inside. Swung. Mr. Sensei to the inside. Outfielder to the far outside from third as they head for the far turn. Oscar's Hope backs away into fourth. Papa Ken is fifth to the inside. Then a break of 2 lengths. Imagine John is next to last. Sometime is the trailer running a half dozen lengths off the lead. They're bunching for the lead. Swung between horses. Leads it by a half length. Outfielder there to the outside. Mr. Sensei is third. It was 22.39 seconds for the opening quarter. Oscar's Hope moves up a lane off the rail, fourth into third, 3 lengths off the lead pair, though, as they round the far turn. Swung to the inside, has the lead by just a length. Outfielder second on the outside. Oscar's Hope swings out to the center of the track. They're already past the quarter pole. It is outfielder now with a narrow lead from swung off the far turn. Oscar's Hope is trying to move up, but is still third. Papa Ken is fourth, and still 5 lengths off the lead. Final furlong, outfielder Oscar's Hope on the outside. Outfielder has the lead. Oscar's Hope is still second. Outfielder 16th pole, leads it by a length. Oscar's Hope is second. Sometime runs late, but still far back at the wire. Outfielder John Velasquez to win it. Oscar's Hope home second, then Sometime and Papa Ken.
Well, he's fast on turf and he's sure fast on dirt. Outfielder always kept out in the clear. No worry from Johnny Velasquez at all as they were traveling around the turn. Looked like he was in about the 3 path, and he puts on a show here today of an impressive dirt debut for the son of Speightstown, who was so good on debut back at Churchill Downs at the end of May on turf. Plenty of options moving forward for the son of Speightstown as outfielder delivers at odds of 3-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 7 outfielder finished first. 6 Oscar's Hope was second. 2 Sometime third. 5 Papa Ken fourth. 7-6-2-5 unofficial. Results of race 3 official, 7-6-2-5, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Practical Joke, the official winner, number 7 outfielder, owned by Ammo Racing USA LLC of Kia Jarobchin, owned also by trainer Wesley Ward, owned as well by Jason Worth. John Velasquez, the jockey. Outfielder, 2-year-old son of Speightstown, out of Note Doro by Medaglia Doro, bred in Kentucky by SF Bloodstock LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.26 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Practical Joke Trophy presentation, Michael Norris, representing Coolmore, presents the trophy to the connections of outfielder. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 7, Anagata. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to the walking ring, where Keeneland is proud to recognize the meet leaders from the 2025 spring race meet. Calumet Farm captured its second Keeneland leading owner title with 5 wins, including stakes victories by Jin Jin in the Grade 3 Bear Double Dog Dare and Tennessee Lamb in the Grade 3 Ben Ally. Brad Cox and Brendan Walsh shared the leading trainer title with 10 wins each. It was Cox's second spring meet crown and 7th Keeneland title overall. Walsh earned his first Keeneland training title, highlighted by 3 graded stakes wins: the Bewitch with Forever After All, the Stone Street Lexington with Gosker, and the Bear Double Dog Dare with Jin Jin. Flavian Pratt secured his first Keeneland riding title as leading jockey with 20 victories, including 3 win days on April 8 and April 24. His meet was highlighted by wins in the Grade 3 Commonwealth with Extra Anejo and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile with Carl Spackler. Please join Keeneland in congratulating the leading connections of the 2025 Spring Race Meet.
We move along to race number 4 here at Keeneland Racecourse, a turf event, a mile and a 16th on the firm listed turf course for first level allowance runners, 3-year-olds and up, $120,000 person. One of the most wide open fields that we have seen in the first day and a third, if you will, of this fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. You've got a couple of horses sitting at 9-2. Those are the shortest prices on the board. 4.5 to 1 is what the favorite looks like. With 2 horses sitting at that, the 2 and the 5 horse. Outlaw is the horse that I go to, the number 2 horse for Juddmonte, a Juddmonte homebred for trainer Bill Mott, whose 2 best races arguably have come on turf. He was second in his only turf race prior to his most recent start, where he was second in that race at Tampa Bay Downs. They gave him a go at Ellis Park, sprinting 6 furlongs, and then broke through with his maiden score at Kentucky Downs, going 6.5. So moves up to a mile and a 16th today, the same distance he ran on the turf in his turf debut back at Tampa Bay Downs. And I think a lot of upside with this horse. And the fact that he was able to win from post 11 at Kentucky Downs has to be viewed as a major upgrade to even a winning performance. So gets post 2 here today. Much better scenario going the 2-turn distance. I'll go with the 2 on top at odds of 9-2. We move on to the number 5 horse that is states rights for Cherie DeVoe, a Constitution colt who broke his maiden here last fall, almost a year to the date. In fact, it is a year to the date, just off by 1 day. October 5th of last year is when he broke his maiden. He's been knocking on the door in allowance company ever since, between races at Fairgrounds and Keeneland and over at Saratoga. And coming back here to Keeneland, he put together a strong effort back in the springtime here from off the pace. So he's been a steady performer who just comes with that long, steady run. And I think that you've got to respect him. And obviously you folks do, as he's the 9-2 co-favorite in this wide open event. And then we go to the outside, the number 10 horse for my third choice, Tenacious Leader. Spendthrift Farm looking for a 3rd win today. They co-own this colt with Mike Rapoli and Mike Rapoli's stable. A colt by Not This Time, who hasn't been seen in well over a year. Last we saw him almost a year to the date, actually, October 5th. He ran in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and he's a horse that his 2 races on turf were very productive. They much better than his dirt efforts when he was second in the Grade 3 with Anticipation at Saratoga, and that was his only turf start. His prior race, it was a situation where it was washed off the turf course, and that's when he broke his maiden. But he finished second to Zulu Kingdom, who's been a very consistent stakes performer over the last couple of seasons from 2 to 3. So respect the 10 at 6-1, even off this long layoff. The son of Not This Time, that is Tenacious Leader. Very good event coming up. pick a winner, and you're going to get rewarded 9-2. Currently on the number 2 horses we talked about as the favorite. The 5 just clicked up to 5-1. The 9 also at 5-1. Montador. Some frontside observations when they come postward for the warm-ups here for race number 4. Good luck in this upcoming 4th race. We're less than 15 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the American Pharaoh, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/16 over the firm turf. The rail at 0 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 7 Anagata. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Post time is 6 minutes.
The winner of the Coolmore Best Turned Out Award for the fourth race is Michael Taylor, the groom for number 10, Tenacious Leader. Congratulations.
Four minutes away from race number 4 as it just continues to be a wide open wagering event. The 2 is now 4-1, back up to 9-2, and that's still the shortest price in here. It's Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day. My top selection in here. We're not quite getting a long shot price, but he's live on the board still at a very good price of 9-2. So Outlaw for Judd Mont and trainer Bill Mott, third race off the layoff, better draw than what he had last time out at Kentucky Downs, should be a big positive. The Clockers had their eye on the number 3 horse McVeigh, and quoting the Clocker report from this morning on today at Keeneland, 7-figure colt drilled 5 furlongs in a sharp 1:01, getting the final 1/8 of a mile in 11-4 for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Son of Constitution has impressed in the mornings throughout the summer at Keeneland. The dirt to turf play suits and tries it fresh here today. So there's been a lot of discussion about this horse. 10-1 would not be a surprise in the least bit. And then let's take a look at the Klarovich runner drawn to the outside. Favorable scenario. Chestnut Son of Good Magic, lightly raced 5-year-old gelding. He had a long gap between his first and second career start, but getting a chance to look at him come out onto the track, he's one of the few horses in this race that is not warm in the least bit on this warm fall afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. So he is almost looks bone dry when it comes to sweat, which obviously we would expect horses to be sweating out here given the temperatures. But he is a well put together son of Good Magic, and you got to be impressed by the way that he has appeared coming out here. 5-1 on the board right now for favorable scenario. It's a favorable scenario from a wagering perspective. Good luck. Get involved in Keeneland race number 4. Less than 3 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the American Pharoah. Moving into line, race 4. McVeigh comes forward. Montador awaits. Now comes forward as well. Tenacious Leader walks up. Monterey Bay. Mary's Boy Bolt. Here is States Rights. Favorable Scenario, the last one, comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Atlal. Atlal out for the early lead. Rocky Joy is right there. Montador from the center of the course. Tenacious Leader moves up, and Mary's Boy Bolt is there on the far outside as well as they head for the first turn. Rocky Joy will have the early lead. Tenacious Leader forwardly placed to the outside in second. Montador slides down next to the rail third. Mary's Boy Bolt is a lane off the rail in fourth. Atlal shuffled back to fifth but saves ground around the first turn. Monterey Bay is sixth. Favorable Scenario toward the inside is seventh. McVeigh, a lane off the rail, moves up into the eighth position. Entered to Dragon is back in the ninth spot as they head onto the back stretch, followed by States Rights. Carcano is now last, 22.34 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Rocky Joy leading Tenacious Leader. Montador third back toward the inside. Mary's Boy Bolt midpoint of the back stretch is in fourth. Atlal is fifth. Monterey Bay is sixth on the outside. Favorable Scenario is seventh toward the inside. Then McVeigh will be three wide to the far turn from eighth. States Rights comes next as they enter the turn and is followed closely by Enter to Dragon. And finally, Carcano, 47.17 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Rocky Joy leading Tenacious Leader. McVeigh far outside. Mary's Boy Bolt three wide around the far turn. Has the third spot 3 lengths off the lead. Montador is still down toward the inside. Also 3 from the front. Atlal is next. Monterey Bay is 7 from the lead. They turn for home. Rocky Joy, Tenacious Leader. They go 1-2. Montador is third and is 6 from the front. Rocky Joy with the lead. Tenacious Leader coming on. Favorable Scenario running late toward the inside in a tussle for third. Rocky Joy, Tenacious Leader on the outside. Montador is next. Tenacious Leader. Montador coming late. Tenacious Leader in front. Montador is running on. Tenacious Leader. Tenacious Leader hanging on by a head for John Velasquez.
Well, the wagering told you it was going to be a tight race and a difficult race to win, and in the end, you get odds of 9-2 with Tenacious Leader for Spendthrift Farm. Another one for Spendthrift, this time with Mike Rapoli and Rapoli Stable, and trainer Todd Pletcher getting this son of Not This Time ready to roll off the 12-month layoff. Hard-fought victory, but a well-deserved victory for this Keeneland September sale graduate. Tenacious Leader taking the fourth here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. Number 10, Tenacious Leader first. Number 9, Montador second. Number 6, Rocky Joy was third. And the 12, Favorable Scenario fourth. 10, 9, 6, 12 unofficial. Fourth race results official. 10, 9, 6, 12, the official results. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the American Pharoah, number 10, Tenacious Leader. 3 wins today for Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson as owner. Rapoli Stable of Mike Rapoli. Todd Pletcher trains. John Velasquez rides. 2 wins today for Todd Pletcher. Back-to-back for John Velasquez. Tenacious Leader, a 3-year-old son of Not This Time out of Diamonds and Rust by Curlin. Bred in Kentucky by Castleton Lions and Killboy Estate. Keeneland September graduate gets a mile and a 16th on the firm turf. 1 minute 41.53 seconds. In the winner's circle, Charles Hines, representing Coolmore, presents the trophy for the American Pharoah to the connections of Tenacious Leader. We direct your attention to the winner's circle at this time. Keeneland is proud to recognize our partnership with Stable Recovery, a groundbreaking program that supports men in recovery by helping them build life skills and careers both within and beyond the thoroughbred industry. Keeneland is honored to join them in this important mission and to celebrate the incredible work they do in our community. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Main track is fast, turf is firm today. Starts the pick 6 here, race 5, no carryover. A reminder in this fifth race, the jockey for the 8 Deer District, Christian Torres. 8 Deer District, the jockey, Christian Torres.
Race number 5 here at Keeneland Racecourse coming up next, and this a second level allowance optional $80,000 claimer. Does start the pick 6 on the Saturday card, and this a very good wagering opportunity once again. Another great board. Currently sitting as a favorite is the number 6 horse at 2-1. My top selection, Tap Into This for Steve Asmussen. Here's a colt by Tappet, purchases a yearling a couple of years ago at the September sale here at Keeneland for $525,000. He's yet to run a bad race. It took him a while to break his maiden. In fact, it took him 6 starts to break through and pick up that first career victory, which happened at Saratoga back in July of this year, but then immediately came right back to win again at Saratoga, going that tricky mile distance at the Spa, which starts in sort of the first turns, very reminiscent of what we see at Ellis Park as far as the setup is concerned. But here's a horse that has run well every step of the way, finally broke through, and there's no reason to think that he's not going to be able to bring that same sort of life to this race here this afternoon as he has throughout his career. So looking to go for the natural hat trick is Tap Into This. The current favorite, Flavian Pratt, has ridden this horse on a couple of occasions before, and he gets the assignment here today for this son of Tappet. Tap Into This currently sitting at 2-1. The number 5 horse is 5-1 on the board. This is Rookie Card for Danny Gargan, a son of Adios Charlie, a Florida bred competing here in Kentucky for the first time in his career. He's only run a couple of times down in Florida, outside of that primarily up in New York, but he's quick. He's quick at 6 furlongs. He's quick at 7 furlongs. He certainly can be a threat with Dylan Davis in the saddle, who's looking for a second win this afternoon. So there's a chance that he's going to be able to out-sprint, at least Tap Into This, but also you've got to contend with the speeder he does of the full horse Iglesias, who's been very swift in his recent races. So that may soften up him a little bit in the early stages of this race, but I do think you've got to respect Rookie Card, and obviously I do, as my second choice. And then finally, the number 1 horse is Classify at 19-1 for trainer Hugh Robertson. Making his first journey down here to Keeneland is this 5-year-old son of Adios Charlie, shipping in from Canterbury up in Minnesota, where he's had a good campaign this summer, winning 2 of his last 3. Those 2 wins have come on dirt. His recent loss came on turf when they gave it a go back on the 7th of August. So down on the inside, we'll see how Gabe Saez deals with this inside post position. But we have seen Hugh Robertson, his son Mac Robertson, bring horses here to Keeneland in the spring, in the fall, and put together winning efforts. And the fact that they opt to bring him down here has to be viewed as a certain positive. That is Classify, a long shot at 19-1. Good luck in race number 5, just awaiting the rider's up call, less than 12 minutes away from the start of the Saturday Pick 6.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Prince of Monaco allowance optional claiming race for a price of $80,000, 3-year-olds and up. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Jockey for number 8, Deer District, Christian Torres. This is the start of the pick 6, no carryover. Fast track firm turf today, post time at 6 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Burst Turnout Award for the 5th race is David Luna, groom for number 4, Iglesias.
Less than 5 minutes away from the start of the pick 6 here at Keeneland. We're taking a look at the 3-horse Hard-Headed for trainer David Jacobson. Just speaking to David down in the paddock about his intentions when claiming this horse. He said they liked him. They thought that this would be a good spot for him first off the claim, and I refer to that because David Jacobson, through the last 10, 15, maybe more years, he has been one of the most successful claiming trainers that we've had as far as getting horses and turning them in to switching things up, getting victories, getting stakes wins, etc. And Hard-Headed, I asked him what did he like most about him and why did he think he's in a good spot. He said because he's fast. So perhaps we'll see some more speed than maybe what's expected looking at his form coming out of those route races on turf in Southern California. So of 11-1 Hard-Headed for David Jacobson, first off the claim, cannot be ignored. Echo again, the number 7 horse. This is a horse that these connections, John Heinman, Cardinal Hill Racing, and others claimed for $50,000 November of last year. And he's put together some productive runs for him, but most especially in his last few. And Norm Cassie, his conditioner, saying that he maybe just got a little bit unlucky, found some traffic in his race a couple of starts ago at Saratoga. So if he can get a clear path, he's definitely a contender, a horse seeking his first win for these connections. He's 2-1 right now for what it's worth as the co-favorite in this upcoming 5th race. Good luck in race number 5 at Keeneland. A salty group of allowance optional claiming types sprinting the about 7 furlongs coming up here at Keeneland on the Beard course.
horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Prince of Monaco. Start of the pick 6. Moving into line race 5. Heart-Headed comes forward. Also Echo again. Here's Iglesias. Deer District. Kieran will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Heart-Headed and Iglesias both have early speed, and they're going to be joined by Classify to the inside. Rookie Card in the opening strides as they head up the chute and onto the main track. Up the backstretch they go. Iglesias has the lead by a length and a half. Heart-Headed is in second. Rookie Card to the outside. He is in third. Classify is fourth back toward the inside. Echo again between horses moves up fifth, 4 lengths off the lead. Then Kieran to the far outside is in sixth. Deer District is seventh. Thought That Counts is eighth, and a break of just over 3 more lengths back to Tap Into This, who's last of the 9, 22.07 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Iglesias leads it by a length and a half to the far turn. Heart-Headed is second by 3/4 of a length, and then Classified to the inside third, a neck. Rookie Card is fourth up on the outside by 3/4 of a length, followed by Echo again, who's between horses, still in fifth. Thought That Counts moves up the inside, past that one into sixth, still 5 lengths from the front as they turn for home. Iglesias to the inside, Heart-Headed to the outside. That's the battle for the lead. Classify switches off the rail from third, and Thought That Counts is in behind horses in fourth and looking for some running room. And here comes Tap Into This. Thought That Counts and Tap Into This, who's running from the outside. Tap Into This comes forward. Thought That Counts tries to move up from between horses, but Tap Into This runs on by for Flavian Pratt. Tap Into This wins it. Then it was Thought That Counts across the line in second, close for show.
What an impressive performance by Tap Into This. He was way back, and that move right there, Flavian Pratt getting out into the clear and avoiding any kind of traffic trouble on the inside was the winning move by the rider Flavian Pratt. Obviously had enough horse underneath him, but getting out into that clear space was the move that won this race. He was dead last early on, but Tap Into This has figured it out in his last 3 races. That is 3 consecutive wins for this son of Tappet and trainer Steve Asmussen.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 6, Tap Into This, finished first. 2, Thought That Counts, was second. 4, Eglise, third. 3, Heart Headed, fourth. 6-2-4-3 unofficial. In the winner's circle, unofficial winner of Keeneland's fifth race, the Prince of Monaco, number 6, Tap Into This, owned by Douglas Scarborough, trained by Steve Asmus and Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Tap Into This, a 3-year-old son of Tappet, out of Superiority Complex by Hardspun, bred in Kentucky by Mount Brilliant Farm LLC and Orrin Ingram. Keeneland sales grad gets the Beard course, about 7 furlongs in 1 minute 25.47 seconds. Race 5 results official. 6-2-4-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, Robbie and Dr. Ali Herzl, representing Claiborne Farm, make the Prince of Monaco trophy presentation to the connections of Tap Into This. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, the Woodford presented by FanDuel. This will start the All-Stakes Pick 5. Also begins the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 6, 8, and 10. Scratch the 2 world record. 2 world records scratched. Turf is firm, rail at 0 feet.
Race number 6 is coming up, starting the All Stakes Pick 5. Next 5 races, all stakes races. Also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. So big opportunities from a wagering perspective coming up here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this features some of the fastest horses in training that we have in North America. They'll be sprinting 5.5 furlongs. It's the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel. And right now, the number 3 horse is co-second choice at 3-1. That is Joe Shiesty, my top selection for Eric Foster and Foster Family Racing, Lonnie Reynolds and others. This is a son of Air Force Blue who is wickedly fast. And last time out, he was completely taken out of his game at Ellis Park in the Kentucky Downs Preview Turf Sprint. Just didn't break sharp. Just kind of grabbed himself from behind is what Eric Foster was just telling me. But since then, he has absolutely trained phenomenally, and he's been dragging him. He says that this horse knows it's game day, dragging him up here to the paddock. So this is a horse with a lot of energy, a lot of speed, and when he's at his best, he breaks sharp and runs them off their feet. So Joe Shiesty, loved this horse for a long time. He has sprung some big upsets through the years. You go back to May of 2024 in the William Walker at Churchill Downs in his first try on turf. He sprung a massive upset at 29-1, but he has consistently run well throughout his career. So at 7-2, I'm rolling with Joe Shiesty with that speed that he possesses, looking to go 2 for 2 here at Keeneland Racecourse. My second choice is the number 7 horse, Governor Sam. He is the current favorite at 2-1. This is a 3-year-old tackling older horses for the first time in his career. He's had a really good couple of years for the Bregman Family Racing and Swinbank Stables. George Weaver is his conditioner. Colt by Improbable, who last was seen in the Franklin Simpson going 6.5 furlongs. But he'll get a setup in here today. He's been quick in his races throughout his career, but I would imagine that he's going to be outsprinted by both Joe Shiesty as well as Doncho, a horse that has an immense amount of speed as well, the number 5 horse for Michelle Level. This is a horse that set a world record at the 5.5 furlong distance 2 starts ago at Ellis Park. He was 11-1 that day. It's shocking that he is 7-1 on the board, because out of that world record performance at Ellis Park, he backed it up with a stakes win in the DeHaas over at Colonial. So both he and Joe Shiesty are very, very fast horses, and you would expect that to be the case in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint. This is going to be a thrilling race down the backstretch, that race to the turn, and who can establish that position? How quick do they go? Does it set up for one of these horses to come from off the pace? This is quite a puzzle to unlock here in race number 6. Good luck in race 6. It's the Grade 2 Woodford Stakes presented by FanDuel.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, 29th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Grade 2, 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs on the firm turf, rail at 0 feet. This will start the All-Stakes Pick 5. Also begins the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Scratch the 2 world record. Post time at 7 minutes. Parading to the post, number 1, Arrest Me Red, owned by Lael Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward, Luan Machado, the jockey. 2 is Scratch, 3, Joe Shiesty, owned by Foster Family Racing of Brooklyn Foster, owned also by Lottie Reynolds, Vicky Mills, Donald Coombs, trained by Eric Foster, the jockey, Tyler Gaffalione. 4, Outlaw Kid, owned by the R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III. SGV Thoroughbreds of Steve Venosa, trained by George Weaver, the jockey, Flavian Pratt. 5, Doncho, owned by JAL Racing of Jose Lopez, trained by Michelle Lovell, Jose Ortiz will ride. 6, Charcoal, races for Ron Dowdy, trainer Tracy Wisner, jockey Joe Ramos. 7, Governor Sam, owned by Bregman Family Racing LLC of Alex Bregman, owned by Swinbank Stables LLC of Reagan Swinbank, trainer George Weaver, and the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 8, Kadem, owned by Mrs. Fittree Hay, trained by Charlie Hills, Frankie Dettori, the jockey. 9 is Script, owned by the Stone Farm of Arthur Hancock III, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey, John Velasquez. Post time 5 minutes.
The winner of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Best Turned Out Award is Hector Gomez, the groom for number 1, Arrest Me Red. Congratulations.
And we take you on track to Arrest Me Red, the Best Turned Out, presented by FanDuel. The number 1 horse, a 7-year-old son, a pioneer of the Nile for the Lael Stables of Mr. and Mrs. Roy and Gretchen Jackson. This is a 7-year-old gelding, very similar to Nakatomi. Nakatomi, a 6-year-old, won yesterday, stole Keenan Ogden Phoenix Stakes. Here's a 7-year-old who has kept phenomenal form over the course of his latter years, as far as recent years, at the age of 6 and now at the age of 7. He's had 4 starts already this season and was a winner of the stakes race up at Turfway Park and the Big Daddy Stakes on the synthetic course. But when it comes to these Wesley runners and keeping these sprinters in top form as they get older, you've got to respect them. And he's a horse that has won here in the past at Keeneland, albeit at 6.5 furlongs in an allowance race. This is a more difficult scenario for him, but a horse that definitely deserves respect, and he's getting it. He's 7-2 right now out of the Wesley Ward barn. We do have a European invader, Kadem, the number 8. Speaking of veteran runners, here's a 9-year-old gelding making his 42nd career start. He's made over $2.4 million. This will be his Keeneland debut, but not his U.S. debut, the number 8 horse, Kadem. He's run twice here in the States at Kentucky Downs. Last year in the Ainsworth Turf Sprint, came back and ran in that same race in his most recent start, both of which provided in-the-money finishes. But we'll see how he fares. Looking at his European form, it has been somewhat spotty. He was a Group 1 winner at Royal Ascot last summer. That is his last victory. And you look at the sprint division over in Europe, especially in England, there's been a lot of back and forth. They've traded blows throughout the Group 1 races, the group races. There's just not been a consistent standout performer. This horse has been consistent, don't get me wrong, and very steady over the course of his career, but it'll be interesting to see if he can come with a late run and reel in the insane speed that we have in today's Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Good luck. 3 minutes away from race number 6 coming up here at Keeneland. Start of the All-Stakes Pick 5, as well as the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, 29th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, Grade 2. Start of the All-Stakes Pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Moving into line, race 6. Outlaw Kid comes forward. Don Show moves into line. Kadim. Problems there for Arrest Me Red. Chalky climbs back aboard. Script awaits to move into line. Arrest Me Red moves back behind the gate. Arrest Me Red examined by the veterinarians and approved to move back into line. Goes in, they're at the post, and they're off in the Woodford, presented by FanDuel. Governor Sam has early speed, but Doncho is a step quicker. Joe Shiesty comes away in third. Charcoal is away running in the fourth position. As they head up the backstretch, Outlaw Kid is in fifth, now taking fourth between horses. Arrest Me Red back toward the inside is in sixth. Script is in seventh, and Kadim is last of the eight as they move on to the far turn. Doncho with the lead against the rail and leads it by a length and a half. Governor Sam goes second, 3/4 of a length. Joe Shiesty is next around the turn. Charcoal moves by that one now to take third. Up on the outside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Outlaw Kid switches lanes off the rail, but still fifth between horses. 5 lengths from the front as they turn for home. Doncho is the leader. Governor Sam is second. Joe Shiesty is third. Arrest Me Red toward the rail is fourth, and then Charcoal and Script toward the outside. Governor Sam right alongside of Doncho now as Joe Shiesty goes to third. Governor Sam has the lead from Doncho in deep stretch. Joe Shiesty, Arrest Me Red coming late. Kadim from far back along with Script. Kadim far out outside. Last two first to win the Woodford presented by FanDuel, and that is Kadem, Frankie Dettori.
The old veteran gets it done. The 9-year-old son of Dark Angel adding to his CV here today, picking up a Grade 2 victory in the States in the Woodford presented by FanDuel, coming from dead last, as Kurt mentioned, and just able to kick it into stride here on that left lead. But we see so many of the Europeans do that and do it effectively. And what a scramble for the rest of the placings. There might have been a length separating the top 5 finishers, but led by Kadem, who scores at 3-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: number 8, Kadem, finished first. Number 9, Script, was second. Number 3, Joe Shiesty, third. Number 7, Governor Sam, fourth. 8, 9, 3, 7, unofficial. Sixth race results official. 8-9-3-7, the official results. The official winner of race 6, the 29th running of the Woodford, presented by FanDuel Grade 2. Number 8, Kadem, owned by Mrs. Fitriani Hay, trained by Charlie Hills, the jockey Frankie Dettori. Kadem, a 9-year-old gelded son of Dark Angel out of White Daffodil by Footsteps in the Sand, bred in Ireland by Yeomanstown Stud, 5.5 furlongs, 1 minute 2.18 seconds. Presenting the trophy for the Woodford, presented by FanDuel, John Cozart presents to the connections of Kadem.
Frankie Dettori with another flying dismount here in the new stakes winner circle. Frankie, how was the race unfolding in front of you? Did you sense a fast pace?
That's the easy part. The hardest part is getting to the start and into the gates. He's a 9-year-old gelding, but he can be a handful. But for some reason today was calmer than usual. He fluffed the start, but it doesn't matter because he likes the target. And for a minute I thought to go through them, but it looked a bit tight, so I thought just get him out. And he's an old fox. Today decided to put his best foot forward, and he won as he liked, you know. But he's a character. Sometimes it doesn't turn up, but today did.
He's a character, you're a character. Congratulations, Frankie. Charlie Hills, congratulations. He said that he was a little bit more calm today. Was there any preparation behind that?
Well, he's been training here since the Kentucky Downs about a month ago, so he's got a nice routine. I was a little bit worried how quiet he was, to be honest with you. But he's been 9 years old. He's won some fantastic races in his career, and I just think he likes being out here, you know, and he's just got used to the different way of training. I think it's just sparked him up. And Ed Vaughan, we go back a long way, sort of, him and I have looked after him the last few weeks, and he's done a fantastic job. And he's got his old spark back, you know. So hopefully we might look at the Breeders' Cup in a few weeks' time.
I was going to say, you seemed particularly excited about this win. How meaningful is this horse to you, and especially get this win today at Keeneland?
Well, like I say, you know, he's 9 years old. He won his first race as a 2-year-old, so, you know, he goes back a long way. He's won some fantastic races back in England, like two Jubilees at Royal Ascot. He's won some amazing prize money, and he's given us all a lot of joy. And, you know, the horses, they've got such good characters, and he's certainly got one.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, 45th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Starts the All-Stakes Pick 4, the main track listed fast. There are no changes in race 7.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn.
And they're into the stretch.
Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Race number 7 is the 45th running of the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. And Vava, the number 5 horse, the Grade 1 winning daughter of Gunrunner, Grade 1 winner of the Derby City Distaff going back to May of last year at Churchill Downs, won the Grade 2 Chicago just 2 starts ago. One of the most accomplished daughters of one of the best stallions we have in the sport right now in Gunrunner, is currently sitting at odds of 3-2 on the board right now. This is a mare that has done a lot of her work going 7 furlongs. That would mean an added furlong, a little bit further race than what she's encountering here today. And just speaking to her trainer, Cherie DeVoe, asking her, how does this change things for this mare going 6 furlongs? She said, I just hope that she can break sharp and be right there with them leaving the starting gate, because there are obviously very quick fillies in here and she doesn't have the ground to utilize as she would in 7 furlongs here this afternoon. So that is going to be the key for Vava, but she has been the best mare in this race. There's no question about it, having made over $2 million, and a mare that Keeneland is so excited about offering at the upcoming Keeneland November sale, one of the headliners of that prestigious sale, the Keeneland November sale. Vava still with a lot of work to do between now and that November sale, looking to add to her phenomenal resume over the course of her few years of racing. So Vava, she's my top selection. I don't think the cutback in distance really will affect her all that much, so long that she breaks, as Cherie mentioned, and I think that she's got it well within herself to be able to break with these mares here this afternoon. So 3-2 for me on Vava. That is the current price we are getting. The number 1 horse, Taxed, is a mare that you've got to respect. Trainer Randy Morris has done a phenomenal job with this daughter of Collected. A couple of years ago, as a 3-year-old filly, she won the Black-Eyed Susan on the Friday before the Preakness Stakes over at Pimlico. But they have thrown her in so many different scenarios over the course of her racing career, from 1 1/8 back to 1 mile to 6.5 furlongs, and she shows up just about every single time. Now, I do think that she's going to be outrun, but early on at least. But I think that she's going to look for that kind of trip that we saw from Nakatomi, to come with that late run and pass some fillies in this race. Taxed, love this mare here today for these connections. Richard Body and Randy Morris. Don't be alarmed by 15-1. She can make a run to at least pick up a piece of it here this afternoon. And then finally, the number 7 horse, that is Zeitlos, another very good race mare over the course of her career. This is one owned by Peter Lydell and Stone Street Stables, a Stone Street bred daughter of Keeneland. How many great Keeneland fillies have we seen through the years around the country, but just specifically here at Keeneland Racecourse? And this is one of them. She would be in that conversation of great Keeneland fillies that have come through stakes races here at Keeneland Racecourse, like Malathat. It would be the one that immediately comes to mind. But Zeitlos getting back on dirt. She is much better on dirt, I think you can clearly see by taking a look at her form. And as far as the 6 furlong distance, she's had plenty of success going 6 furlongs. She won this race last year. She's the defending champion of the Thoroughbred Club of America here at Keeneland Racecourse, coming from off the pace and kicking clear with a beautiful run to win by 2 3/4 lengths. She's 2-1 as the second choice. A very competitive group of female sprinters coming up next in the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America. A win and you're in for the Filly and Mare Sprint on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 45th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division. 3-year-olds and up, 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast. Starts the All-Stakes Pick 4, Fast Track Firm Turf today. No changes in race 7. Post time, 6 minutes. Parading to the post for the Thoroughbred Club of America, number 1, Taxed, owned by Richard Body, trained by Randy Morse. Luan Machado, the jockey. 2, Long Neck Paula, owned by Will Stroud. Mrs. John Magner, Mrs. M.V. Magner, Linda Shanahan, and Deborah O'Connor, trained by Wesley Ward. Jose Ortiz to ride. 3, Helena's Forte, owned by Rigney Racing LLC of Richard Rigney, trained by Phil Bauer. Dylan Davis is up. 4, Vodka with a Twist, owned by Medallion Racing of Philip Shelton, owned by Omar Abdallah, William Strauss, Black Ridge Stables of William Doherty, Schwing Thoroughbreds of Lloyd Schwing, Phil D'Amato trains, and Tyler Gaffalione rides. 5 is Vava, owned by Belladonna Racing LLC, Lynn Hudson, E.J. Hudson Jr., West Point Thoroughbreds, Twin Brook Stables, W.S. Ferry, Shelby D. Stable LLC, also Reynolds Racing, and Manganero Bloodstock. The trainer, Cherie DeVoe, the jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 6, Praying, owned by Newtown Annerstud of Samantha Regan, the trainer, Robbie Medina, the jockey, John Velasquez. 7, Zeitlos, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, owned also by Peter Lydell, the trainer Steve Asmussen, the jockey Flavian Pratt. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
The winner of the Thoroughbred Club of America Best Turned Out Award is Antonio Vergata, the groom for number 1, Taxed. Congratulations.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 45th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2, start of the All Stakes Pick 4. Moving into line, race 7. Vodka with a Twist comes forward. 3 more to load. Here's Vava. Praying. Zeitlos, the last one. Walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes. There goes Long Neck Paula right out for the early lead. Long Neck Paula with Vava there between horses. Vodka with a Twist comes away running in 3rd position. Praying is 4th up on the far outside. Helena's Forte is 5th down toward the inside. Break of 3 lengths to Zeitlos, who's next to last. Angles down toward the rail for the move around the far turn. Taxed is last of the group. Back up front, Long Neck Paula leads. Vava starts to draw alongside. Praying is a wide 3rd. Helena's Forte is next to the inside of Vodka with a Twist as the field moves midway on the turn. Zeitlos is still running a half dozen lengths off the lead and is followed by Taxed, who's last. They come toward the quarter pole. Long Neck Paula, the leader, and has the lead out to 2 lengths at the top of the stretch. Vava's second. Helena's Forte 3rd to the inside. Vodka with a Twist, then Praying is up toward the outside. Vodka with a Twist has to swing out toward the center of the track. Long Neck Paula, the leader. Here's Praying coming from the outside, and Vava in between that pair. And then Vodka with a Twist, still center of the racetrack and still 4th. Final furlong of the Thoroughbred Club of America. Here's Praying to poke ahead in front. Vava's fighting on, but she's second. Praying to the wire. John Velasquez, 3rd win on the card. Praying has won the Thoroughbred Club of America. Vava was across the line in 2nd. 1 minute 10.49.
Praying has really come on in her last couple of performances. Won the Grade 3 Prioress up at Saratoga and now takes the Grade 2 Thoroughbred Club of America here at Keeneland, punching her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. She's in a tussle with Vava, and she comes out of that ahead. A game victory from Praying, a game effort from Vava, who ends up finishing 2nd, and a photo for the 3rd money right on the wire. But it's Praying punching her ticket, as mentioned, to the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 6, Praying, was first. Number 5, Vava, second. Number 7, Zeitlos, third. And number 4, Vodka with a Twist, fourth. 6, 5, 7, 4, unofficial. Seventh race results official, 6, 5, 7, 4, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 45th running of the Thoroughbred Club of America Grade 2, and a win at your end for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division, number 6, Praying, owned by Newtown Enter Stud of Samantha Regan, trained by Robbie Medina. 3 wins today for jockey John Velasquez. Praying, a 3-year-old filly by Vacoma, out of Pray for Leslie by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by Jeff Kerber. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.49 seconds. And now the trophy presentation for the Thoroughbred Club of America. A win in your end for that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of the Thoroughbred Club of America, Club President Chapman Hopkins. Presenting to the connections of Praying.
Praying keeps it rolling here today, picking up a Grade 2 victory at Keeneland in the Thoroughbred Club of America for trainer Robert Medina and Johnny Velasquez. Just overheard you describing the journey to Robbie in this victory here today. What were the descriptions you just laid on him and how she was able to pull this one off, Johnny?
Well, I have to give it to Robbie. I mean, this filly's been a lot of work to get it to where she is right now. She's a very nervous and very powerful girl, and we're trying to keep those nerves calm down. And he has done that with her, though. You know, she's been challenging to get to where we are today. That's always, to try to keep it nice and quiet in the post parade. By the time we got to the gate, right before the gate, she kind of calmed down. She walked into the gate. She still broke really good. Well, I wanted to just sit down against her, without taking too much hold of it, and she got it done.
And got it done against a really good filly to your inside in Vava. Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you so much.
Robbie, your first stakes win here at Keeneland. How would you describe it as we stand in this new winner's circle here around the fans?
It's surreal. I mean, there's nothing like winning a big stake at Keeneland. It's great.
Johnny was just talking about the work the work it took to get her to this point in time. What did you have to do to get her to this level as we've seen in her last few races?
Well, we just had to do a lot of paddock work with her to get her to settle down in the paddock. And in the morning, she's no angel, but we try to get her to settle down a little bit in the morning. And I think that in the combination, she's just kind of maturing, and that's kind of what's kind of set this off. She's always had the ability, but she was kind of getting in her own way.
How will she handle the trip to Southern California to Del Mar to the Breeders' Cup if you go in that path?
I think she'll handle it. I mean, we shipped her from here to Saratoga. She was fine. I shipped her in here last Saturday. She's been fine. She got on her toes a little bit in the paddock, but I kind of expected that. As long as she doesn't get hot and all that, I was happy with everything. I think she'll handle what's thrown at her now.
You ready to go enjoy some champagne?
Sure.
Congratulations, Robbie.
Thank you.
Robbie Medina, his first stakes win here at Keeneland. It comes with Praying in the Thoroughbred Club of America, Grade 2.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the Grade 1 First Lady. Turf is listed firm. Rail at 0 feet. This will start the late pick 4. Scratch the 6, Simmering. Also scratch the 11, Great Generation. Scratch 13, Special One. Scratch 15, Aussie Girl. And scratch 16, Cravaldoro. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, Deep Satin draws into the race.
Grade 1 First Lady comes up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, race number 8 on our program. And we're already less than 15 minutes away from post time. A very deep field, as you would expect in a Grade 1 here in the fall at Keeneland for older fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, in fact. And right now, taking a look at the tote board, the number 5 horse sits as the favorite at 5-2. That is dynamic pricing for trainer Chad Brown, who has dominated the Grade 1 First Lady over the course of recent years. She is my second choice. Instead, I go to the number 10 horse, who's 9-2 on the board right now from a 10-1 morning line. That is Ozara for Cheyenne Stables and trainer Miguel Clement, a filly by Lope de Vega. And through the course of recent years, we have seen so many sons and daughters of Lope de Vega come here to the States and do quite well. And this is a filly that is an example of that. She's an Irish-bred filly that has made over $598,000. She's in career best form as of late. She picked up a win in the restricted De La Rose back in July at Saratoga and recently won the Grade 2 Ballston Spa at Saratoga. And she's a very handy filly. She can sit close to a slow pace, a fast pace, whatever it may be. She always just seems to have herself in the right position, and she's got Irad Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. So I'll take a shot with Ozara for Cheyenne Stables here today in the Grade 1 First Lady. The second choice is the number 5 horse. Second choice for me is the 5, who's the current favorite. That's Klarovich Stables Dynamic Pricing. How can you ignore a Chad Brown runner in the Grade 1 First Lady? He has been so good through the years, and this filly has been as good lately as she has been throughout her entire career. At the age of 4, she's come on, become a Grade 1 winner in the Just a Game, one of the premier mile races in the summer at Saratoga. She was just third to her stablemate Excellent Truth in the Grade 1 Diana, behind She Feels Pretty as well, one of the best fillies in the filly and mare turf division. And then she came out of that and got a tune-up in the Perfect Sting at Saratoga with a victory. So she has an immense turn of foot. When she kicks it in, she starts rolling. So dynamic pricing should get a great setup in this level of competition with this size of field here today to take advantage of that sensational turn of foot that we have seen from her as of late. And then the number 2 horse, Rakia, a long shot at 19-1 for Todd Pletcher and the Shadwell Stable, a Shadwell homebred filly by Blue Point, who won her U.S. debut during the Breeders' Cup last year at Del Mar in an undercard race in the Grade 3 Goldacova, going wire to wire. Since then, she ran all right in the filly and mare turf, the Pegasus filly and mare turf in January at Gulfstream. Not so much in the Bogey, but I think that she's come back into some better form based on that run where she was second to dynamic pricing, when dynamic pricing just kind of, think maybe caught her a little bit off guard in the Perfect Sting. So this filly is capable of running a Grade 1 winning type race at 19-1 for Todd Pletcher, with Johnny Velasquez looking for another victory on this Saturday card. This race does start the late pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager for the final 4 races today at Keeneland, and we're less than 12 minutes away from the Grade 1 First Lady Stakes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 28th running of the First Lady, a Grade 1 stakes for fillies and mares age 3 and up at a mile over the firm turf, the rail at 0 feet. This will start the late pick 4, scratch the 6, Simmering, also scratch 11, Great Generation, scratch 13, Special Juan, scratch 15, Aussie Girl, and scratch 16, Crevaldoro. A reminder, the 14, Deep Satin, draws into the race. Post time in less than 5 minutes. Number 1 is Choice Ya, owned by Rabba Bloodstock LLC of Brian Russell Thompson, trained by Simon Crisford. Frankie Dettori is up. 2, Rakia, owned by the Shadwell stable of Jonathan Smith, trained by Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez, the jockey. 3, Nandadea, owned by Happy Friday LLC of Carlos Moore, trained by Ignacio Correas, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 4, Simply in Front, owned by Colebrook Farms of John Burness. Eddie Keneally is the trainer, and Ben Curtis will be the jockey. 5, Dynamic Pricing, races for Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Dylan Davis. 6 is Scratch 7, Heredia, owned by Wathnan Racing of Tamim Ben Hamad Al Thani. Graham Motion trains, Tyler Gaffalione rides. Pinup Betty, number 8, owned by the Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, the trainer Mike Maker, the jockey Edgar Morales. 9, Sagesta, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad Ben Khalid, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 10, Ozara, owned by the Cheyenne Stables LLC of Everett Dobson, trained by Miguel Clement. Iran Ortiz Jr. to ride. 11 is Scratch. 12 is Jody's Pride, owned by Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston. Sportsman Stable of Joe D'Agostino. Avanti Stable of Mario Martinez, trained by George Abreu, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. 13 is Scratch. 14 draws in. Deep Satin, owned by John Gunther and Euro West Bloodstock Services of Tanya Gunther, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Luan Machado. Post time, less than 3 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 28th running of the First Lady Grade 1. Start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 8. Nandadea comes forward, along with Ozara. Simply in front. Jody's Pride moves into line, along with Dynamic Pricing. Heredia. Deep Satin, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the First Lady. There goes Rakia. Rakia right out for the early lead as they head for the first turn. Sagesta comes away running in the second position. And then Jody's Pride third up on the outside, followed by Choicia, who broke toward the inside and is fourth, hugs the rail into that first turn. But Rakia moves by with the lead, and Rakia angles down closer to the rail now, leads it by 2 lengths. Sagesta goes second by a neck, Choicia third. Down toward the inside, Jody's Pride is in fourth position. Onto the backstretch, Ozara between horses fifth, about 5 lengths off the early lead. Deep Satin sixth on her outside. Nandadea seventh. Pin-Up Betty is in eighth. Dynamic Pricing moves up the inside ninth, simply in front 10th between horses, and Heredia last of the 11. The opening quarter 22.95 seconds. Rakia the leader. Rakia 3/4 of a length. Jody's Pride inching forward in second as they head through the opening half mile in 47.07 seconds. Choicia is third. Sagesta, Deep Satin, who's wide to the far turn, moves up into fourth, 3 lengths off the lead, now challenging for third. Nandadea further back is against the rail, 6 lengths off the lead. Pin-Up Betty has to angle wide. Heredia has to go to the center of the course. Dynamic Pricing is last with a 1/4 mile to go, 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Choicia up the inside, and Choicia with the lead by 1.5 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Choicia in front by 2 now. Deep Satin, Sagesta, Pin-Up Betty, Heredia. Here's Deep Satin coming. Late charge from Simply in front. Simply in front, looking for room between horses. She's right alongside of Choicia. Sagesta's there on the outside. Simply in front. Sagesta at the line. Simply in front. Threads the needle through traffic down the stretch for Ben Curtis and wins the First Lady at 13-1.
Trainer Eddie Keneally and Ben Curtis, they had a big spring meet here at Keeneland just a few months back, and adding to it in 2025 during the fall meet in the Grade 1 First Lady was simply in front, and Kurt described it beautifully, splitting traffic with that scramble and the stretch running prowess of these fillies in this race. She gets that clear path and gets there by ahead in the end, simply in front. The Keeneland grad for Colebrook Farms, a filly by Summerfront, picking up a Grade 1 in the First Lady.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 4, Simply in Front, finished first. Number 9, Suggesta, was second. Number 1, Choice, third. Number 14, Deep Satin, was fourth. 4-9-1-14, unofficial. Race 8 results official, 4-9-1-14, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 28th running of the First Lady Grade 1, number 4, Simply in Front, owned by the Colebrook Farms of John Bernius. Eddie Keneally trains, and Ben Curtis is the winning jockey. Summer Front, the sire of this 4-year-old filly, out of Complicated by Blame. The winner bred in Kentucky by William Harrigan and Mike Petrangelo. Keeneland September graduate, Simply in Front, a mile over the firm turf, 1 minute 34.76 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the First Lady. Presenting the trophy, Julie Offit-Cawthon, to the connections of Simply in Front.
Here with the winning connections here in the Grade 1 First Lady. And Ben, you came here a couple years ago in search of success in America. Today you get your first Grade 1 win here at Keeneland as well. How does it feel?
Unbelievable. Can't put it into words. And to be honest with you, getting it for Eddie as well. I first came over to him years ago, and he used to tell me I was always breezing them wrong. But I think we finally got something right, and we got it right. So, to do it for him, all the team there, Catherine and the kids, I mean, it means the world to me. And I'm just made up. She's a really nice filly, and everything went perfect today.
How did you figure out the trip? It looked like a lot of horses kind of coming together in the end.
It was, she wants that 2 turns. She really gets into the race, relaxes, and she has that kick at the end. She got beat by a very good filly last time in Kentucky Downs, and she was running it down at the line. So, on that form, I thought she was had every chance coming here, and I just rode her like the best filly in the race. And when the seam came, I put her in there, and she did the rest. I just enjoyed it.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Here with winning trainer Eddie Keneally. Well, I'll ask you, how does it feel to kind of share the celebration with Ben giving his first Grade 1 win?
It's great, and I'm glad Ben was on board today, and we got a very good trip, a beautiful ride, and the filly is good right now, so it all feels great.
Do you feel like she just continues to take those steps forward and just keeps getting better and better?
She's had a phenomenal year already prior to today, but today is the icing on the cake, and I think she can continue to improve.
What do you think is next for her? What does the calendar hold for her?
We'll look at the couple of races that are available to her at Del Mar on Breeders' Cup, and we'll get together with John, the owner, and come up with a plan.
Congratulations on this Grade 1 success today.
Thank you, Gabby.
All right, thank you. Congratulations to Simply in Front, taking the Grade 1 First Lady.
Keeneland's 9th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick threes. The Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a mile and a 16th over the main track, which is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 7, Ewing.
Times have changed, but some things remain timeless. Hard work, perseverance, unwavering dedication. From sun up to sundown, our passion fuels us to drive further and push harder. We do it for the horses, for our families, and for the sport we all love. For well over a century, we've committed to doing the usual, unusually well. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Less than 12 minutes away from the 112th renewal of the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity, a winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. And one of the headliners of that division is here right now at Keeneland, getting ready to compete. That is Ted Noffey for Spendthrift Farm and trainer Todd Pletcher, a colt by Into Mischief, the Spendthrift Stallion. Spendthrift purchased this horse for $650,000, bred by Aaron and Marie Jones, who have bred so many great horses through the years. And he has been a dynamite runner since we saw him unveiled back in August at Saratoga. He won on debut going 6.5, stepped up to 7 furlongs in the Grade 1 hopeful and made easy work of that group. He has not been favored in either of his 2 starts. That's obviously changing today as he's 1-2, but he beat a very highly regarded Bob Baffert runner who shipped in from Southern California in the Grade 1 hopeful in Butane. So the 2-turn test comes here today for this gray son of Into Mischief. I think he's going to be awfully tough, as the tote board suggests, for the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity. Down on the inside is the number 1 horse. That is Blackout Time. Christian Torres gets the opportunity to ride this colt by Not This Time after Brian Hernandez guided him to an impressive victory at Ellis Park. Brian Hernandez is on the sidelines right now recovering for an injury, and got a chance to see him. He's hoping to come back riding here near the end of the meet at Keeneland and get ready for the Breeders' Cup, so that is great news. But here's a colt who's got inside position, which should be key in this 2-turn event. He's getting plenty of respect, 3-1 on the board right now for Kenny McPeak, Brookdale Racing, Lance Gassaway, and others. And then finally, the number 2 horse is Big Dom. He is an impressive-looking son of McKinsey. He won by a neck on debut at Saratoga. Tom Amos has had a lot of success with his 2-year-olds this year, this summer, hoping to translate it on into the fall time and on to, obviously, to the races like the Breeders' Cup. But Big Dom gets to go 2 turns for the first time. As Gabby was talking about earlier this morning on Today at Keeneland, these sons and daughters of McKinsey from that first crop last year, and now this horse part of the second crop, they have done well in the added distance when asked to go the added ground, as you expect to see these horses when they run big races, win big races, moving forward into the fall and into the 3-year-old season. So really taking back how good-looking this colt is here today for Greenwell Thoroughbred and others in today's Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity. Just waiting for the riders up call for the win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. It is the 112th running of the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity next here at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 112th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Grade 1, a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. A mile and a 16th over the main track, listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Scratch number 7, Ewing. Post time in 5 minutes. Number 1 is Blackout Time, owned by Brookdale Racing Incorporated. Nader Al-Lali, owned by Lance Gazaway. Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, trained by Kenny McPeak and the jockey Christian Torres. 2, Big Dom, owned by Greenwell Thoroughbreds of Greg Tramontine. Owned also by Robert Asaro, trained by Tom Amos. Irad Ortiz Jr. is up. 3, Di Chiasette, owned by Green with MV Stable of Mark Vondrasic, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Jonathan Ocasio. 4, Spice Runner, owned by the Winchell Thoroughbreds of Ron Winchell, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 5, Litmus Test, owned by SF Racing LLC, Starlight Racing, Madaket Stables, Stone Street Stables, owned also by Basher, by Determined Stables, Golconda Stables, Waves Edge Capital LLC, and by Donovan, trained by Bob Baffert, jockey Flavian Pratt. 6, Ted Nafi, owned by the Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, trained by Todd Pletcher. John Velasquez is the jockey. Post time, 3 minutes.
The winner of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Best Turned Out Award is Edgar Arbolendo, the groom of number 2, Big Dom. Congratulations, Edgar.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 112th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. Moving into line, 9th race. Blackout time goes in. Here's Big Dom. Dicicete is next. 3 left to load. Spice Runner coming forward. Now litmus test. Ted Noffi, the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, first wire, they're at the post. And they're off in the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. Awkward start for Spice Runner. Went to his knees out of the gate and will be last for the move into the first turn. There goes Litmus Test for the lead on the outside, and Blackout Time is there to the inside. And Ted Noffi joins them up to the far outside in third as they move into the first turn. Big Dom will be in the 4th position. Angles out a lane off the rail midway on the first turn. Dicicete is next to last, and Spice Runner is last as they move off the first turn and onto the backstretch. Litmus Test, the leader. Litmus Test against the rail, leads it by a length and a half. Ted Noffi is second outward from the rail by a half length. Blackout Time is traveling along the inside in third. And then Big Dom nearly 5 lengths off the lead in fourth. A gap of 3 more back to Dicicete and Spice Runner last. 23.96 seconds was the time for that opening quarter. Here comes Ted Noffi, midpoint of the backstretch, starts to draw alongside of Litmus Test. Litmus Test to the inside, leads it by a half length. Ted Noffi is there up on the outside and second by a length. Blackout Time is third by a length as they go to the far turn. Big Dom is fourth, then a break of 7 more lengths. Back to Spice Runner on the outside of Dicicete. 48.23 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Midway on the final turn, it is Ted Noffi from the outside. Litmus Test toward the rail, and they're matching strides now with a quarter mile to go. A gap of 3 more lengths to Blackout Time, who tries to pick them up, but still third. Big Dom has lost ground. Dicicete fifth, Spice Runner last. Ted Noffi has taken control heading into the short stretch, but is chased by Blackout Time on the outside. 2 lengths between them. Ted Noffi with the lead. Blackout Time in second. And then Litmus Test in third. Ted Noffi now hits another gear, opens up in the closing strides. Ted Noffi to win the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. John Velasquez, 4th win on the day. Blackout Time was across the wire in second. Litmus Test was third, 1 minute 43.98 seconds.
An unbelievable day for Spendthrift Farm, just got better. Grade 1 win for Ted Noffi, now a 2-time Grade 1 winner, and he passed the 2-turn test with flying colors. here today. He sat close when asked, he responded, and kicked clear to make him one of the favorites, if not the favorite, for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile on the 31st of October, following his Grade 1 victory here in the Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's ninth race. Number 6, Ted Nafi, finished first. Number 1, Blackout Time, was second. Number 5, Litmus Test, third. 3, Dicha Sete was fourth. 6153 unofficial. Ninth race results official, 6153, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 9th race, 112th running of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity Grade 1, number 6, Ted Nafi. 4 wins today for Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson. 3 wins for trainer Todd Pletcher, 4 for jockey John Velasquez. Ted Nafi, 2-year-old son of Into Mischief, out of Streak of Luck by Old Fashioned, bred in Kentucky by Aaron and Marie Jones LLC. Keeneland September graduate Ted Nafi gets the mile at a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 43.98 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Claiborne, Walker and Courtney Hancock, to the connections of Ted Nafi.
Ted Nafi keeps this dream day going for the team at Spendthrift Farm, and Johnny Velasquez, of course, and trainer Todd Pletcher. Johnny, going 2 turns for the first time with a horse of his talent, what was the approach for yourself in getting things to relax for him, but still obviously be engaged in the race?
The good thing about him, he's pretty kind, I know he breaks pretty well out of there, let him run to the first turn, put a bit in his mouth, just kind, and he relaxes right back to you, though, And that's the great thing about him, that he's not a horse that's going to be running off, and you get a nice hold of him, he comes back right at you. When he gets too close to the horse in the lead, he wants to get a little aggressive, so I have to kind of, get a little hold of him so he doesn't get it a little too early. But after that, he was pretty easy. 3 April, he got the head in front of him, and once he opened up about 11, you can see he started easing up, waiting for the horses, kind of keep him busy for a little bit, make sure he does a little bit of something. Got to give it to the team, man. Get him ready like that. 3 races back-to-back. So Todd and team have done a great job.
Congratulations, Johnny.
Thank you so much.
Todd, the progression of this horse, it's just every step of the way, it seems like everything just clicks for him. What were your thoughts as you got ready to turn him loose around the 2 turns here today against Grade 1 company for a second consecutive race?
Everything in his training indicated to us that he wouldn't have any issue with it. It's always great to see him actually do it, but it worked out beautifully today. Got a good trip to the first turn, got into a good rhythm, and, just kind of waiting on Johnny to give him the cue. So it was what we were hoping for, what we were expecting, but like I said, you always want to see it.
Congratulations on a big weekend for Spendthrift Farm.
For sure. Thank you.
And here with Ned Toffee, the namesake of Ted Nafi. I'm proud of myself for getting that right. But, Ned, what an unbelievable day. 4 wins here at Keeneland alone, 5 wins across the country. How can you put a day like this into your own words?
I don't know, but I'm sure going to enjoy it because there's plenty of them that go the other way. So it's a tough game, and when you have a day like this, you better enjoy it because, tomorrow might be a lot worse. But it's a lot of fun. We've been really fortunate. We have great ownership behind us that support everything. A wonderful team, and we're in a great situation and in a position to have this kind of success. So hopefully this will continue. But it's a great day, and we're sure going to enjoy this.
And you never know until they actually do it. What did you think of this impressive performance today, him stretching out to 2 turns?
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. I mean, our impression from talking to Todd and from what we've seen was that he would handle the stretch out. He's a nice size, scopy, leggy horse. He's built to like 2 turns. The way he ran in the hopeful would make you think he'd like 2 turns. But like you said, they still have to do it. So we were cautiously optimistic, but you just never know until they do it, and he sure did it today.
Congratulations on an unbelievable day.
Thank you so much.
Ted Naffey takes the Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Fraternity.
Keeneland's 10th race upcoming, the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile. Turf is firm. Scratch the 1, Donegal Momentum. Race 10 starts the last of the day's rolling doubles.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's going to win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
The Grade 1s keep on coming on this Fall Star Saturday at Keeneland. It's the $1.25 million Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile up next here in less than 11 minutes. And we're looking at the number 4 horse just being saddled up now. That is Diego Velasquez. He is the current favorite at 7-5, coming in for owner Sam Sangster and trainer Aidan O'Brien. This is a colt by Frankel that was purchased for over $2.8 million back in 2022. He's already made over $1 million, and he's come into the best form of his career in his last couple of starts. He won a Group 2 at the Curragh in Ireland at the end of July, and most recently won a Group 1 in the Prix Jacques Lemois at Deauville in France. That was in the midway point of August, beating some very good horses, including Notable Speech, who had come out of that runner-up finish behind Diego Velasquez to win the Grade 1 Woodbine Mile, of course, up at Woodbine just a couple of weeks ago. So Diego Velasquez shipping in from Ireland, the Irish-bred son of Frankel, one of the best racehorses we've seen ever, undefeated son of Galileo, who has turned out to be a very, very good stallion, if not great stallion, I think is the appropriate term here in describing the sire of this colt, Diego Velasquez. So coming into Keeneland, I would expect a big run for him, as most do, and he's a phenomenal looking 4-year-old colt as well. Gets Frankie Dettori in the saddle, who's been doing some great things, not only today, but in recent years here at Keeneland Racecourse, especially on the turf course. Tough to get past the favorite for me out of the Aidan O'Brien yard. The number 3 horse is Howard Wolowitz. He's currently sitting at 12-1 on the board, stepping up in trip here today. He's accomplished a lot while sprinting at various sprint distances on turf and synthetic, but at some point in time you would expect with a horse like this and for future options and stallion value moving forward that they would take a shot in a Grade 1 going a mile, because it does mean so much for a horse's resume, especially a potential stallion-type resume that Howard Wolowitz has put together over the course of his career. So he's made over $1.7 million, recently second in a 6-furlong sprint at Kentucky Downs. I think he'll be handy and be able to handle the mile here this afternoon. And then finally, the number 8 horse is my third selection. That is Program Trading. Again, Chad Brown here in a Grade 1 on turf at a mile. How can you ignore anything that he sends out? And here is a son of Lope de Vega who has won more than he has lost. He's won 5 times from 8 starts. He picked up back-to-back Grade 1 wins between the end of his 3-year-old season and his first start at the age of 4. He's only had 1 start this year, and I think that he's going to really move forward off of that start. That second race off the layoff angle that we have in play here today with Program Trading really should be able to move him forward. He's a good price, 4-1 on the board right now as it stands. We are less than 9 minutes away from the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile here at Keeneland Racecourse.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 40th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile Grade 1. Win and you're in, Breeders' Cup Mile Division. 3-year-olds and up at a mile over the firm turf, rail at 0 feet. Starts the last of the day's rolling double. Scratch the 1, Donegal Momentum, post time in less than 5 minutes. Parading to the post, number 2, Quattrocinto, owned by the St. George Stable LLC of Herman Larea, trained by Fausto Gutierrez, the jockey Julian Leperoux. 3, Howard Wallowitz, owned by Gold Square LLC of Al Gold, trained by Jose D'Angelo. Amici Jaramillo, the jockey. 4, Diego Velasquez, owned by Sam Sangster, trained by Aidan O'Brien, jockey Frankie Dettori. 5, Woodshana, owned by Resolute Racing of John Stewart, trained by Francis-Henri Graffard. Tyler Gaffalione is up. Mercante, number 6, owned by Carl Pollard, trained by Brian Nippenberg, Joe Ramos, the jockey. 7, Epic Ride, owned by Welch Racing, LLC of George Huff, trained by John Ennis, the jockey Edgar Morales. 8, Program Trading, owned by the Klarvich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 9, Rhetorical, owned by Gary Barber, Cheyenne Stable LLC of Everett Dobson, Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, trained by Will Walden, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. 10, Brilliant Birdie, owned by Klein Racing of Richard Klein, trained by Cherie DeVoe, Jose Ortiz to ride. 11, Beach Gold, owned by JSM Equine LLC of Joe Miner, trained by Patrick Biancone, the jockey Keith James Asmussen. And number 12, Jonquil, owned by Judd Mott of Fahad bin Khalid, trained by Andrew Balding, Dylan Davis to ride. Post time in less than 3 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, 40th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. Moving into line, race 10. Rhetorical comes forward, along with Diego Velasquez. Here's Brilliant Birdie, and now Woodshana. Beach Gold comes forward. Percante. Jonquil, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Coolmore Turf Mile. Woodshana broke absolute last. And there goes Howard Wolowitz out for the lead. Quattro Cento is right there to the inside. Epic Ride is up close early from the far outside as they head into the first turn. But it will be Quattro Cento now up the inside and saving the ground around the turn to take the lead from Howard Wolowitz, who's a lane off the rail. Less than a length separates the top two. Epic Ride slides down to the inside from third position. Rhetorical is fourth. A break of nearly 5 more lengths to Beach Gold in fifth. Program Trading is sixth on the outside. Diego Velasquez is seventh for the move up the backstretch. Brilliant Birdie is in eighth. Percante is ninth. Jonquil is 10th. And Woodshana last of the 11. 22.4 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Quattro Cento, the leader, midpoint of the backstretch, leads it by a length and a half. Howard Wolowitz is second toward the outside as they head onto the far turn. Epic Ride is in third position. Rhetorical is fourth. And then Program Trading outside of Beach Gold, 46.07 seconds the time for the first half mile. They swing down the final turn, and it is still Quattro Cento, the leader, by a length. Howard Wolowitz is second on the outside, has been there since the start. Epic Ride is third. Rhetorical swings to the outside from fourth. Quarter mile to go. Program Trading is in fifth. Beach Gold is in sixth. Diego Velasquez is seventh. He's out in the center of the course with a lot of work to do. Quattro Cento is in front in the final furlong. Here comes Rhetorical. Rhetorical draws alongside. Program Trading. Epic Ride to the inside. It is Rhetorical in front. Program Trading. Jonquil running late. Rhetorical to the wire. Rhetorical to win the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile for Irad Ortiz Jr. 1 minute 33.61 seconds.
Well, Rhetorical leaves no question who is best today in the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile, as he's going to sprint home after the pace was very fast in this race, set by the two-horse Quattro Cento and Howard Wolowitz not far off of it, but finishing best of all is the New York-bred son of Not This Time, picking up a Grade 1 victory for Will Walden with Irad in the saddle. A beautiful victory for this 4-year-old gelding.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: number 9, Rhetorical, first; number 8, Program Trading, second; number 10, Brilliant Birdie, third; number 12, Jonquil, fourth. 9, 8, 10, 12, unofficial. Tenth race results official. 9, 8, 10, 12, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 10th race, 40th running of the Coolmore Turf Mile, Grade 1. Number 9, Rhetorical. Owned by Gary Barber, Cheyenne Stable LLC of Everett Dobson, Watchtel Stable of Adam Watchtel, the trainer Will Walden, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Rhetorical, 4-year-old gelded son of Not This Time, out of Sheet Humor by Distorted Humor, bred in New York by Mallory Mort and Karen Mort. 1 mile over the firm turf today, 1 minute 33.61 seconds. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5, 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming. Now the trophy presentation for the Coolmore Turf Mile, a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Mile Division race. Presenting the trophy on behalf of Coolmore, Dermot Ryan. To the connections of Rhetorical.
An impressive performance for Rhetorical, the New York-bred son of Not This Time, showing up here and winning the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile for trainer Will Walden and Irad Ortiz Jr. The pace was quick, Irad. It was a scramble late with a lot of horses that have a kick. How were you able to navigate things and get to the wire in front?
It was great. I mean, we went to the first turn. He broke so good. That's kind of horse that he showed speed early, so it was speed on the race. So we was looking to have a packet trip and ended up been beautiful, perfect. Going to the first 10, we already covered up. He switched off. And then after that, I mean, I was a good passenger, I guess, because I tipped him out on the quarter pole and he responded. He was ready to run. Will do a great job, so I'm happy to be part of his first Grade 1.
Congratulations, Irad.
Thank you, Scott.
First Grade 1, almost a year removed from your first graded stakes win in the Bourbon Stakes with Minaret Station and the journey that you've been on. Standing here in a Grade 1 winner circle at Keeneland, how do you describe it?
I mean, I'm just happy for the team. You know, this is why we do it. Get up and do it 7 days a week for moments like this. Super happy for the horse and the ownership, Adam Wachtel, Gary Barber, and Everett Dobson. You know, there was some doubts on whether or not the horse could jump up in company, and, you know, we didn't know. But he'd been training awfully good and giving us all the signs that we wanted to see going forward. And Irad came in the office this morning. We talked about the race, and, I mean, he rode it to perfection. He's such a clutch rider and does everything, you know, makes the right decisions in those split-second decisions, and, you know, just super happy for everybody involved.
Is it only appropriate that your first Grade 1 comes with the son of Not This Time?
Yeah, I mean, for Frank Taylor, I wouldn't have been able to start training if it wasn't for Frank Taylor. I'd burned so many bridges and ruined my reputation so bad that there wasn't anybody who was going to give me a horse, and rightly so. But Frank, you know, saw something and decided to put up his own money. And without those 10 horses, we wouldn't have got started. So, yeah, for it to be a Not This Time, I couldn't be happier that it's for Frank. I mean, I wouldn't be here without him.
Congratulations, Will.
Thank you.
Rhetorical giving Will Walden his first Grade 1 victory in the Grade 1 Coolmore Turf Mile.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Main track is fast. Scratch the 10 Redemption Hour. Also scratch 13 Timberline. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Warfront, maiden special weight for 2-year-old 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 10, Redemption Hour. Also scratch 13, Timberline. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Post time in 5 minutes.
Winner of the Claiborne Best Turned Out Award for the 11th race is Herber Juarez, the groom for number 7, Fortius. Congratulations.
We close out this big Saturday at Keeneland with a 2-year-old maiden special weight event, 6 furlongs the distance. Heartily, my top selection is the current favorite. This is a complexity colt for the Lale Stables and trainer Wesley Ward, who's been firing some very fast workouts here at Keeneland Racecourse. He is 6-5 on the board right now, but it is Wesley Ward with a 2-year-old at Keeneland. I don't care if it's the spring or the fall. He always has them ready to roll. And based on those recent 4 workouts, he should be ready to ramble here this afternoon with Johnny Velasquez, who's had a very big afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. The number 7 horse is Fortius for Cherie DeVoe, the best turned out here for race number 11, a colt by game winner for Cold Press Racing, Woodford Racing, that was purchased for a $450,000 number back in the September sale of last year. He's had solid workouts as well over at Ellis, coming here to Keeneland for debut at odds of 6-1. Looks like he could be a runner here by the champion 2-year-old in game winner. And then finally, the number 5 horse is a horse that is currently sitting at 8-1. The 5-horse Steel Golden for Aaron West, another horse that has a big pedigree. He's a colt by Gunrunner who comes in with a good workout here at Keeneland after training up at Horseshoe Indianapolis, doing some good work up there and some easy works, and then getting him ready to roll here today, it appears, based on his workouts most recently at Keeneland, working in 47-1 for Aaron West, who's had a phenomenal 2025, gets Frankie Dettori in the saddle. That number 5 horse currently sitting at 8-1. Closing in on post time for the nightcap, this is the Toyota Super High 5 opportunity of the afternoon. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Warfront. Moving into line, race 11. Storm Forge moves into line. Flash the Magic comes forward, along with Telecaster. Liberty Valance moves in. Here is Circle Me. Steel Golden. Steel Golden into line. St. Robert's Row, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Telecaster comes out for the early lead. Boonesboro is there. Hardily kicks in down toward the inside. Hardily now moves up and has the lead. Telecaster goes second on the outside. Helmet of Will moves up third. Boonesboro is racing in fourth. Storm Forged is fifth, just over 5 lengths off the lead. Circle Me is sixth. Steel Golden is in seventh as they head on to the far turn. And then further back, Flash the Magic is down toward the inside, has lost some ground onto the turn, and runs about 10 lengths off the lead. Liberty Valance moves by on the outside. outside of that one. Further back, St. Robert's Row next to last. 40th is absolute last. 22.21 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Hardily is the leader by a length and a half. Telecaster gives chase in second by a length. Helmet of Will third, trying to scoot up the inside with a quarter mile to go, but has to catch Hardily. And now Helmet of Will switches off the rail, comes up to the outside to challenge. Steel Golden is running late. Boonesboro, Circle Me. Steel Golden coming down the center of the track. 7 lengths behind the lead, though, of Hardily. And Hardily in front by a 6-length margin at the 16th pole. It is Hardily for John Velasquez, his 5th win on this card. Late run from Liberty Valance to challenge at the wire for second, but no catching. Hardily in the nightcap.
Another impressive 2-year-old performance this afternoon at Keeneland, and Hardily, he strung him out. There might have been 30 lengths from the front where he was leading to the back marker in these stages coming around the turn here in the nightcap, and he just kept on going. He went fast, but he finished best of all, putting plenty of daylight in between himself and the competition. Give it a Wesley Ward, another 2-year-old winner here at Keeneland, this time with a son of complexity for the Lale Stables.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race. Number 2, Hardily, finished first. The 11, Liberty Valance, second. Number 5, Steel Golden, third. Number 4, Circle Me, was fourth. And number 1, Helmet of Will, fifth. 2:11, 5:41, unofficial. Objection sign posted on the infield board. Trainer objection has been lodged. The trainer of the unofficial 4th place finisher, number 4, Circle Me, has lodged a claim of foul against the unofficial 3rd place finisher, the 5, Steel Golden, alleging interference during the stretch run. Again, this objection is a trainer objection. It concerns the unofficial 3rd and 4th place finishers. Hold all tickets. Objection does not concern the unofficial winner, who's in the winner's circle now. The 2, Hardily, owned by Lale Stables of Roy Jackson, trained by Wesley Ward. 5 wins for John Velasquez today. Hardily, 2-year-old son of complexity out of We Love Lucy by Majestic Perfection, bred in Kentucky by Jack Miller. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.44 seconds. Again, objection pending concerning the unofficial 3rd and 4th place finishers. The unofficial result is 2:11.541. Hold all tickets. Trophy presentation for the War Front in the winner's circle. Mary Ormsby, representing Claiborne Farm, presents the trophy to the connections of Hartley. On the television monitors and video boards, the program view to the left, head on to the right, stretch run of race 11. Objection still pending. Hold all tickets. No change in the result. No change. The result will stand 2:11.541. Race 11, results official. 2:11.541, the official results. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow's card, $12,990. Simulcasting will remain open for another 10 minutes here at Keeneland, and you may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.